Okay, so, alright. Okay, I had better be live right now. Because, am I? Am I? Because this is going to be my third time doing the stream's intro. Okay, so, alright. Hold on. So, what just happened? It says I'm 3 minutes into being live, but I like, just hit the... Alright, hold the phone. Hold the phone. I know this is an interesting way to begin the year. Welcome to the new year, by the way. For me, anyway. I don't know about the rest of... If you're, like, 3 minutes east of me or west of me. I, like, just hit the... I am live. Okay. But have I been live? Hold on. Has it been live for the full... No, it's only been live for 40 seconds. Okay, so that whole intro is gone. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, well, anyway, as I was saying... Hello. Welcome to the end of 2023, start of 2024 live stream. I wasn't sure what number to put in the title because, it's a bit like Guinness Book of World Records, right? I was always annoyed with those when I was like 7. It would be Guinness Book of World Records 2011, and 2011 hadn't happened yet. But it's 2024 for me right now. It's 3 a.m. where I am, so 2024 is the year we went with. I still need to, get this chat in a spot where I can see it easily. Hang on, I'll just put it there for now. That should do it. This is going to be a bit disorganized. This is going to be... I have some specific things to do on this stream. I have some specific ideas and stuff we're going to go over. But in terms of talking points, I don't just have, a bunch of things specifically written down that I want to say. Basically, we're gonna do a bunch of stuff, and then we're gonna see what topics come to mind, and we're just gonna look over the year. One thing I wanted to do, I wanted to do a little tier list thing, not of videos, but of, I had an idea it could be fun to do a kind of power scaling the characters from my videos. So, for example, just listing every character from a Chimney video this year and being like, oh, who's the most intelligent? Who can, run the fastest, just for a bit of fun. Turns out, I don't know if this website is a scam or something. It's probably not, because this is the one everyone uses, right? Everyone uses this one. But if you try to create an account with Google, Google says... First of all, you can't create a tier list unless you have an account. Second of all, if you try to create an account with Google, they say, hey, no, we're not willing to give this place access to your login details because they haven't passed the trust test. So, I don't know. I guess we're not power scaling my characters today. We can power scale the videos though. If I should have set up automatic binds for this. Here we go. This is my completed videos folder right here. Make it a bit bigger for you. There we go. This is not all of my videos. This is just all of my videos that are on my PC's hard drive right now. So you can see, it only goes back to Spare the Rod. I do have an external hard drive plugged in as well, which has all of the ones I've ever done, but we're gonna only be looking at this year's stuff anyway. It's got all the thumbnails, it's got everything. So we could start going through, we could start talking. Let's get this. It's been a very difficult couple of minutes, by the way, this last hour trying to prepare for this stream, because I don't live stream, and so there was a lot of why doesn't this window capture going on, and so I have to use media player to play these videos in the background as I talk about them. The first video of the year was Spare the Rod, and I think a good way to start this, I know we're just kind of all over the place right now, but I'm all over the place. I have been awake for a long time. Give me a break. I think a good place to start with this is my favorite video, because we did the poll, the community poll, which we'll go over the results of in a moment. We did a also community page on YouTube little poll. It only gave me 4 options to do, but we did a little poll there. But I haven't actually talked about what my favorite video of the year is. And my favorite video of the year is actually, at the moment, kind of uncertain. However, I can say that whatever my favorite video of the year is also my favorite video of the channel. It used to be so easy for me. Okay, let me give you a bit of context here. Something I really, really like is that people have different favorite chimney videos. I really like that. So, for like the entire time I've had videos, like my favorite video, my best mate's favorite video, and my mum's favorite video have all been 3 different videos, and I really like that. I'm glad there isn't a consensus, because I feel like if for example, let's say every single person said, "Oh, dude, Hunted Crime Fighter is your favorite video." You know, Hunted Crime Fighter is like the. Hold on, is this gonna switch? Oh yeah, it does switch. Sorry, yeah, there's a delay on that screen. If everyone said Hunted Crime Fighter is their favorite video, there would be a concern of like, oh, hang on, have I only made one good video? You know what I mean? If everyone was like, oh yeah, Hunted Crime Fighter is the best, definitely, it's like, oh man, what if the other videos just aren't good? So it's really nice. I really appreciate that there's not a consensus on what the best video is, because it means that there is like a spread of, okay, I've done a good job at least a couple of times. And it used to be really easy for me. The first time I had a favorite video was last year. It was, if I switch the view again. Nope, wait, yes. It was last year. It was Buckwheat Grayson Misdemeanors and Acquittals in 2022. That was the first time I had a favorite video. And then this was my favorite video for a long time. Until first video of 2023, Spare the Rod. And Spare the Rod was my favorite video. And we're going to go into why shortly. Spare the Rod is a very special video for me. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We'll go into that. And Spare the Rod was my favorite video for a long time. And then I uploaded Private Crime Fighter. And then there was a bit of a debate. And it was like, which is my favorite? It's probably still Spare the Rod. I think it's still Spare the Rod. And then as the year went on, oh, If Portal 2 was written by a moron, that's a really good video. I really like this video. It's tough. It's between this and Spare the Rod now. Then I upload Buckwheat Grayson. Oh, okay, so now it's a 3-way thing. Then I upload this one. Oh, now it's a 4-way thing. And guess what? Private Crime Fighter is somehow back in the mix. Spare the Rod beat it originally, and now it's back in the mix. I think, in my opinion, this is just me talking, and again, if you disagree and if you think a different video is better, I like that, so don't feel like you have to conform or anything. I appreciate that there is not a consensus on best video. But in my opinion, Spare the Rod is the video that's the most meaningful to me, personally. I think Private Crime Fighter is my funniest video. I think Portal 2 is a really good kind of microcosm of what the entire channel is. It's a really good kind of display of what we do here. And hi, Adreline. I'll talk in a sec. I just want to finish this, and then I'll talk about No Robots. There's a lot to talk about today. I'll get through it all. Anything you want me to talk about, just do what Adreline's doing, drop it in the chat, and I'll circle back to it in a bit. I think this is like a really good microcosm of what the whole channel is. I also think it is just a funny video. It is just good, but yeah. And then this is just, I love this video so much. And then I did this one. It was great. So I'm hoping basically, what's Chimney's favorite video of the year, which is also his favorite video of the channel? I don't know. And I'm hoping that by the end of this stream, after talking about all of this and going through it all, I'll find out what my favorite video is. Because, it's one of those, like, 5 videos. I know it's that. I know it's one of them. I have no idea which one. So, I hope I can figure it out. Because it shouldn't bother me. It bothers me. I want to know what my favorite video is. I want to be able to answer that question. Especially since I'm, like, polling you guys on, like, oh, what's your favorite video? What's your favorite video? It's like, if I can't answer it, I feel it's kind of cheating. Come on, it's got to be buckwheat. Which buckwheat? There are 3 buckwheats. CBB buckwheat goes to America. It could be. I love that video, but I have no idea. Before I forget, I mean, I'm sure I would get to it eventually anyway, but before I forget, I'll just answer Adreline's little question about no robots. Let me... Again, this goes up, and then this opens, and then I find no robots and I play it. See, hey, look, we got visuals going on this live stream. It's way better than the director's commentary. All of them? All of the buckwheats? I do love all of the buckwheats. If you just joined, I don't know if you were here. Oh, it looks like you were. But my first favorite video was the first buckwheat video. This was my first favorite video. And it was my favorite for like 6 months, all the way up until Spare the Rod. And also, you're seeing a lot of like unlisted secret stuff. We're going to get into all of that too. So, no robots, Adreline asked. Anyone who doesn't know what's like happening, because, you know, I imagine there's a possibility where someone's watching this live stream VOD in like 2025 right now. I want them to have context, right? I don't want to make this live stream only for the people, like, within the first day that will see it, right? So, I did a thing in July of 2023 called Nutso July. I uploaded 4 videos, 1 a week. It was every Sunday that month. And then the first Sunday, which was like the 2nd of July, was like the announcement video. The third one was No Robots, which was a video on Mega Man Legends, which was a lot of fun. I really liked it. It was... So part of Nutso July, part of what was me being like, okay, how can this be possible to do 4 videos in 1 month? Part of what that was, okay, I need to, like, have a bit of planning beforehand. I wanted to, like, plan the concepts and scripts of the videos a bit beforehand. Didn't have the time for that. So I thought, okay, the least I can do is plan the actual games that will be played. I did not plan to play Mega Man Legends. You like Nuts of July, Edreland? Suffering gave you lots of entertainment? Oh, edutainment. Oh, you learned something. There you go. Lovely to hear. So if I hang on, if I can find, oh no, yeah, also bad news, I couldn't figure out how to open images that, like, could be captured by Streamlabs. It wouldn't do it. I don't know why. It worked in the director's commentary stream. I was working on it for like 20 minutes before stream started. Couldn't figure it out, so we can't do that. But we can circumvent it a bit, because I used the image I was just wanting to open in a video. This one. You can actually see in my notes, I have a full notebook, by the way. I'm on to volume 4 now. This is volume 3 you're looking at right now. I'm on to volume 4. Where's the page where I was not so July? There we go. Okay, hold on. How quickly are you gonna switch scenes here, Chimney? What the? Okay. Yeah, it disappears. Okay, we got it. You can actually see here if you look. I don't know if you can. Can you make that out? Hopefully you can. First game, Portal. Second game, Terminator Resistance. Third game, Thief, crossed out, ended up doing a Thief video in October. Mega Man Legends, and here it's like, actually could make Not So July all robot themed, might be fun. And yeah, so this was like, it was a late add-in, and I didn't actually end up, media player sucks to scroll through the timeline, agreed. So my only Mega Man experience, by the way, going into this, was Mega Man X for, like, the iPhone, which I played when I was younger, because I saw, like, a video on Mega Man X, and I was like, oh, that looks kind of fun, and then there was, like, a remastered version on the App Store, and I got it. So I'd never played Mega Man Legends. I'd seen it be live streamed before, so that's why I knew it existed. And I still haven't really played Mega Man Legends, because to get this footage in a week, I, like, had to skip... This game is largely grinding. I had to skip, like, all of the grinding to just, like, get to the... just to get, like, the footage. And so it's funny. You can see I'm in, like, the final boss with, like, no health upgrades. And it took me so long to beat this. I think I ended up using, like, a couple of cheats to, like... Just because it was like, dude, I just need to get to the next cutscene to get the footage for this video. Yeah, it was bad. But I love this video. I do. I actually think a lot of people. I think the consensus is that this is the best Not So July video. I think my favorite Not So July video is actually the worst speech of all time. I really like this video. I also, hold on, sorry, I just randomly scrolling through the timeline, I see this. This is like a top joke for me. We're just gonna let this play for a second. Circle and the corners of a square. Oh, that's the camera HUD. Everything was different. Wrong. It was gonna take me a while to adapt to this strange new world I woke up in. Minus 50% sale. Why would anyone want to buy one shoe? I love that joke. That was literally just, I was going through the environment. Hold on, I've got my external hard drive with all of my files in. I can find you my gameplay notes that I was typing as I was getting footage and read you exactly what I wrote when I saw a minus 50% sale sign. We can do this. We probably won't do this for all the videos because we'll be here bloody ages. But, let me open my hard drive. Chimney, archive 1, in progress files, one-off videos, Terminator, old notes, gameplay notes. Okay. What did I write? What did I exactly write as I was finding this? Where is it? Yeah, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna set this up to capture real quick so you can actually see them. That's funny. This is like my first note in the gameplay notes. That can't be right, because... Okay, well, we'll see. Window capture, add source, new source... Sure, window capture 1. Here we go. Wait, no, wrong thing. Oh, is this it? Yeah, this is it. Get this footage immediately! 50% sale? Why would I need to buy one shoe? I recorded it. 12 minutes in recording 3 is what this means, and then recording 4, 13 minutes. I like did it again just to make sure I had like a good take. I love that. Worst speech of all time is also one of your favorites, Adrian, but no, robots is just special. You're gonna watch that video tonight. Oh, have you not seen it, DP Hamlin? I'll just call you Hamlin. Only imagine what I'll do with a game like Assassin's Creed 2. I have intentions to play an Assassin's Creed game eventually. soonish, actually. Anyway, so I think the worst speech of all time is my favorite video. From Nutso July. But it was close between it and No Robots. And hurry up! This. I really like No Robots. I had a lot of fun with the voice acting specifically in No Robots. And I had a lot of fun with, like, little jokes. Like, yeah, we'll do a quick example.
Circular hair suggests that if we use the power we have, just think about distance technology, or CAT. Find down there. To demonstrate the effectiveness of an automated robot, you would like to present a piece of construction assistance technology, or CAT. It will destroy the robot dismantlement facility. Hey, that sounds like the opposite of construction. I didn't ask for constructive criticism.
That's just like I love that joke. I also love this. I'm not going to just go through the whole video, especially since some people might not have seen it, and you know, that you can go see it. But I love the joke that happens right after this. In this conversation, I had a lot of fun, and I really like this character in particular's voice. I had so much fun with this character's voice. Again, I won't spoil the whole video, but there was something right here that I really loved. I think it's this whole confrontation. I'm just mentally deciding, actually, should I play this? Like near end. Yeah, we'll play it. We'll play it for a bit. Context, if you haven't seen this video, he's a robot, but robots are like illegal. So his creator made him with like a human face to pretend like he's human. And this person is sort of trying to like destroy things on the island, and is claiming they want to destroy robots and stuff, and this is just like a confrontation between them.
How huge this battle mech is! I'm not just gonna blow up the mayor. I'm gonna blow him up lots! It'll be bigger than originally planned!
Wait!
Yeah?
Don't do this!
Oh, that was it? That was what you had?
I have
I
something
love that line, so...
oh, that was it? That was what you had?
I don't know why, that just like hits it for me. That's like special to me.
Originally planned!
Wait!
Yeah?
Don't do this!
Oh, that was it? That was what you had?
I have something to confess. I'm a robot.
Yeah.
I know you couldn't tell because of my breathing, but it was just an act. Watch!
I love this part as well. Like the dramatic
This
music.
isn't holding my breath either. This is just what I can do. This could go on for minutes, days.
Please, don't make it go on for minutes, or days.
And if you couldn't tell the difference between me, a robot, and a human,
could definitely tell the
then
difference.
how can you justify enslaving robots?
Anyway, I do love this video. I think in general, the voice acting quality in Not So July wasn't as good as other videos. But the amount of fun I had was there. The reason the quality wasn't was because... So, I was making each of these videos in a week, as you know. The scripting process is like a huge, long part of making these videos, right? Like, most of the time, the scripting will take a week or something, right? I mean, it depends on the video, right? It's longer videos take longer, of course. But the point is, there wasn't really much time left for kind of developing voices. So it would be like, okay, let me, what's the first voice that comes to mind? And then, okay, I've recorded like 3 minutes of lines with this voice. I like don't have time to go back and test out a second voice and see which one I like more. I'm just like, I'm stuck with this one. And I'm also doing like less takes than usual, you know. So like the quality wasn't as high, but I had a lot of fun with it to kind of offset that. And I do love this character.
You see how huge this battle mech is?
I love that voice. My favorite character voice. Hang on, I'm going to write that down because I want to come back to that later. Because that's actually an interesting thought. Anyway, so No Robots. I love this video. And actually, if I rearrange some stuff on my desk here, I can read you some notes that I wrote after No Robots. After every video, I do what I call a thought scroll, where I just write down a bunch of stuff about the video. And No Robots had something specific, and I just want to, rather than drawing from memory, I want to directly quote what I was saying at the time. Let me just find the exact part I'm thinking of. I'm looking at it right now. I'm just skipping all of the not relevant parts. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. Something I super love is when the world of a video is just fun. Leave 'em wanting more is real, but man, I'm leaving me wanting more. There's always such a short time to explore it all. Gives a good challenge to make a solid video, but damn, let me write a full TV season about this world and the characters. I really want to. And that's what I wrote. Hello, Banana Pizza. So, that's pretty much what I was just, like, about to talk about, is I'll just set this place so there's something moving in the background. Oh, hold on as well, just quickly. I love this joke. I had to like check this joke with my sister first to be like, hey, is this okay? But if this inferior application, but the one that allows Streamlabs OBS to capture it, wants to play, then you'll get to hear the joke. Okay, well, you know what, we'll play the video from the start, because it does actually, well, just for like 50 seconds or something, just to give you some context, because I'm about to explain what I mean when I'm talking about the world of the video, and, like, my opinions of it. It rather than explaining what the world of the video is, I'll just let the intro do that.
Hurry up and get those engines pumping double! Hold your horses! I didn't have time to finish the repair!
Pull over or we will be forced to shoot.
Damn!
You are in violation of the Anti-Robot Act. Land your ship and face prosecution or be shot down.
Mega Man, our guns are down. You're gonna have to get up there and defend the ship yourself.
On it!
The Second Dark Age. A post-technology world, full of humans using no longer understood technology to get by with what scarce electric power they can generate. Recovery of this ancient technology from archaeological sites and long-abandoned ancient cities is typically seen as a heroic lifestyle. But for the roboticist, this is not so. With electrical energy being so limited and so vital, the creation or activation of robotic life forms has long been outlawed.
Ah! The engine's on fire!
Then put it out, Grandbot! Mega Man, how's it looking up there?
I think they're backing off.
So, thanks to the roboticist's archaeological crew of 2 mechanical assistants constructed of her own design, she's had to flee from town after town, or else face imprisonment for her and deconstruction for her robots.
This engine's done for, Captain!
Wait, I see something.
Land ho!
I'm trying to, jackass!
No, I wasn't calling.
That's the joke. But yeah, so a lot of the times in these videos, I kind of invent a world, and then we only get to, like, dip into it for, like, a second, and then explore. And this video in particular really made me, like, I want to write more of these characters, not even as just, like, comedy chimney videos. I just want to write, like, a TV show about the roboticist who, you know, is an inventor in a time when no technology is being invented, it's just being dug up. And she made 2 robots, and one of them's for, like, defense, and the other's for helping with mechanic repairs and stuff. And Like, and this would be like an episode where, you know, oh, it's focused on this character instead of the main character of the roboticist. And I don't know, just like if you watch the whole video as well, the themes explored, I really liked it. I'm probably gonna make a video on Mega Man Legends 2 eventually. I don't know when, but eventually. I would want to make sure it was good, so, you know, I wouldn't just rush it. Same reason there's 6 months between the 2 Batman videos, and like 6 months between every Buckwheat video. I like to wait till I like to kind of stockpile ideas before I go back to something. But yeah, I don't know, this world in particular, I really just wanted to go back to it and write more, because it was so interesting to me. And a lot of my videos kind of do this. Some of my videos, it's just like a, you know, the amount of similarity they have to the actual game story varies. You know, something like Buckwheat Racing, nothing at all to do with the actual game story. But then, like, if Portal 2 was written by a moron, it's kind of a twist on the original story rather than just something completely new, right? This is something completely new. And a lot of my other videos kind of do that as well. I don't know, I wanted to write more of the roboticist and her adventures with, like, these... I don't know, I feel like it'd make a good, like, 1 season of TV. So yeah, I really like No Robots. My favorite Not So July video, I think, barely scraping #1 spot over No Robots, is the worst speech of all time. I find it really funny. I like the main character's voice.
Okay, that works.
Not her.
All right, on 3. 3, 2... Wait, you can't say on 3, then start at 3. You gotta start from...
All right, fine. Then we'll do it on go. You ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Anyway, so I think this was my favorite video of Not So July. Also, Not So July... it was supposed to be... So, okay, something you gotta know about me, and I see your question, Adreline, I'll get to you in a second. I just want to... My Darkest Dungeon Director's commentary stream was, like, all over the place, because as soon as someone asked a question, I would answer it. I want to, like, train myself to finish a point and then circle back to what's in chat. So I'm trying to, like, spray water on myself to learn that habit. Now I forgot what I was just saying. Oh no, okay. So something that happens a lot is I will set myself like okay, I need to step off the gas a bit. I never stop moving forward, but sometimes I move much, much faster, right? I'm constantly moving. Sometimes I move much, much faster. And I've been moving much, much faster for like 4 months straight. Can I go back to moving at normal speed? Okay, I will. Oops, I didn't. And the scope of projects always expands exponentially. Not So July was supposed to be 4 weekly videos that were like 6 to 10 minutes long. This one is 16 minutes, I believe. Yeah. And No Robots is 18? Yeah. It was a lot, right? I'm glad, right? And to be clear, I'm not, like, complaining about the work, because I'm the one choosing to do it, right? If I didn't want to do it, I wouldn't do it. I'm doing it because I'm deciding to do it. So this isn't complaining, it's just like, wow. And it was really funny as well. At the end of the year, I'll get into this as well, but the end of the year is... things got really crazy, and every single month I was trying to, like, okay, I'll just have a bit of an easier month this month. I'll go back to, like, normal speed. And then it wouldn't work. You know, oh, I know, I'll just do a quick Pokemon Black Permadeath episode. Oops, I made a 50-minute video and I have to split it into 2 parts. Okay, I know. The first Portal video was 7.5 minutes. It was the only actual short video in Not So July. I'll make a Portal 2 video. Oops, it's the longest video on the entire channel. Okay, alright, so that's that month. Well, next month I have to do a Halloween special, so that's going to be a pretty big thing. I'll do a second video as well. Combined, that's pretty big. I'll do the next Buckwheat video. Oh, it's like... It's big, right? And you something else you have to understand as well. Portal 2 being 39 minutes. At the time, this was the longest video on my channel. It beat Darkest Dungeon Chapter 8 was the previous longest. Darkest Dungeon Chapter 8 is 36 minutes. But most of it, if you've seen the Darkest Dungeon series, is me talking about the gameplay, right? It's me explaining what's happening in the game. It is so easy to get a high number of minutes when you are talking as yourself. When every single second of the video and every single line is a character that you wrote speaking to another character that you wrote, it is like, you know, Darkest Dungeon Chapter 8, I would guess probably like 12 to 14 minutes long if it was just the character scenes. So, you know, having a 39-minute video that is all just I wrote a script of characters talking, it's huge, it's massive, and it was crazy. And then, of course, in December, I made a bloody 47-minute one. And I always misjudge them. I wrote the script was complete. And I was like, oh, I hope that's more than 20 minutes. That could be like 18 minutes. The first Batman video was like 25 minutes. I hope this one's at least like 21 minutes, but it might be 18. It's 47 and a half minutes. Like, I need to get my bearings on how long this stuff takes. I think the problem is, because I'm generally pretty good at estimating time, right? If I'm out on I go on like long 3-hour walks sometimes. If I'm out on like a really long walk, you can pretty much stop me at any point and I'll guess within like 5 minutes how long I've been walking and how long it'll take me to get back if I turn around right there. If I'm like at work or at school or something with like a timetable, I'll pretty much always know what time of day it is. But something like this, where it's completely freeform, and there's no schedule, and there's no landmarks to measure your distance by, I can just kind of get lost in it. And this doesn't just apply to how long a video is when I look at the script. This also applies to like, oh, whoa, I've just been working on editing this video for 14 hours straight. Like, I knew it was a long time, but oh my god, right? And again, it's not complaining because I'm choosing to do it because I want to do it, okay? No one's forcing me to do it. I'm choosing to do it. I like doing it. So don't be like... You don't need to worry about like, oh, you don't need to work so hard. I know, and I know you guys are really cool, and I know that you say that. And I appreciate that mentality's there. But this is because I'm choosing to. Like, I'm good. I'm not like in any trouble. I'm good. But yeah, so... with these videos, I think the problem is I measure my gauge of how long a video will be is sort of based on how much difficulty the script gave me, right? So it's like, oh, okay, well, this script took me this many days to write and this many like hours of thinking and this, so it's probably like 19 minutes. But then I think I've just gotten much better at it. And so my gauge is completely off. Because now... you know what I mean? Now it's like, oh, well, I just wrote this 47-minute video in the same amount of time it used to take me to write a 19-minute video. Because there are a lot of complications in videos that, like, the intro is really hard. Because they're comedy videos first, right? Before anything else, they're comedy videos. They have story, they have character, some of them have little, like, serious bits in there, but they're comedy videos, primarily. If you removed the story, you removed the characters, you kept the comedy, it would still be a good video. If you removed the comedy, I wouldn't make it, right? And in the intro, I need to give context to the entire world of the video, which again, it's like a new world every time. I need to give you context to the characters, like, basically give you context so that jokes can happen. And I need to do it fast, because I don't want to just, hey guys, here's your mandatory 4 paragraphs of listening, right? It needs to be, like, a minute long, it needs to be entertaining and easy to listen to, and it needs to establish all the stuff you need to get started in the video. Like, intros are hard, but I've gotten really good at writing them lately. Originally, and even earlier this year, or I guess earlier 2023, it was really tough for me. And, well, it wasn't really tough for me. It was just, that was the hardest part of the video. It's probably still the hardest part of the video, but it's just much easier now. To answer your question, Adreline, sorry, that's been sitting there for a while. I just wanted to kind of get all of that done. Hunted Crime Fighter is a sequel to Private Crime Fighter. I know, obviously, the game is a prequel. My videos, you should never base the story of my videos off the story of the game. Like, just go off what is in the video is kind of good practice, I think. So this is, you know, they mention, for anyone who hasn't seen Private Crime Fighter, it opens with a radio call. This is the same two people on the radio.
Last month's press conference, which saw the Private Crime Fighter Act revoked. The mayor has since clarified that not only will formally endorsed private crime fighters not be paid, but it will actually constitute vigilantism. That's right, anti-vigilantism laws are back in effect, meaning that any private crime fighters that decide to become, say, pro bono crime fighters will actually be seen as criminals in the eyes of the law.
And I think that's fair enough, isn't it? After what Dr. Justice was responsible for, how can we trust any private
That clip in particular was there to help answer that question that people might have, because people who recognize, oh, this game is Arkham Origins. That's why he says, he specifically mentions, after what Dr. Justice was responsible for, and it plays the clip of something that happened in Private Crime Fighter that Dr. Justice was responsible for. I had to put this video here because either this video, either the second Batman video is on Arkham Origins, or I don't make a video on Arkham Origins, basically. Because, no spoilers, but if you know what happens at the end of Arkham City, that video, Arkham Origins can't happen after Arkham City, right? With, like, you know what I mean. No spoilers. But in Private Crime Fighter, I mentioned that Batman has only been a private crime fighter for 6 months, and this is his first time ever seeing super criminals. He meets the variable carrot for the first time. They have a whole conversation about how it's his first time seeing a super criminal. You know, like, if I ever made a prequel to Batman Private Crime Fighter, it would be him just fighting a bunch of normal, like, carjackers and thieves. And he hasn't seen a super criminal. Because, oh, this is another one of those worlds I really love, by the way. Same with No Robots. I love the idea of private crime fighters. I think these two videos have the best intros I've made to any video. I think Hunted Crime Fighter's intro is amazing, by the way. Like, with the... I'll get into that. I'll get into that. But... yeah, I really like the idea of super criminals exist in this country, and one facility has success containing them, so the country starts shipping all of the super criminals to that facility to be contained. But then the people in the city local to that facility are like, well, hang on, all of the country's super criminals are in this facility now. If something goes wrong, we live right next to it. How safe are we? And so they start the Private Crime Fighter Act, and they have a bunch of private crime fighters. I really love that. Imagine me doing a Private Crime Fighter prequel in Arkham Knight, beating carjackers. If I did that, it would be like an April Fool's 90-second video. There's not a lot you could get out of that. Anyway, yeah, I love this world. I love the concept of private crime fighters. I love the intros. I think they build a lot of intrigue in the world. I love the intros. I particularly love, in Hunted Crime Fighter... Ooh, do I go into this now? This could be like a long topic. Also, so real quick, when I have these videos on 100 here, and I play them, are they too loud? Because I remember in the Darkest Dungeon director's commentary, I looked back on it after and I was like, ooh, those videos are a bit loud when I play them. So is this, like, too loud?
Well, how can we trust any private crime
One bad egg, Tim, one bad egg. We've all...
Should I, like, put it on, like, 80 or 90? I know there's a delay, so I'll just wait for a reply there. But this video has a lot in it. that I really, really like. And some of the stuff is kind of comic references and Batman stuff. Not too loud, you say, Hamlin? Okay, good. Even if it's just, like, slightly too loud, though. Just, like, would 90 be better, is what I mean. I don't mean, like, is it blowing out your ears? So, do I go into this now? I'm just thinking, I could get stuck in the weeds here. Okay, we're gonna go into this, and I'll just, like, gauge how much people seem to care, and then I'll either cut it short or I'll keep going. But Hunted Crime Fighter has a lot of kind of Batman references in it, you know? Obviously, it's a Batman video, but my Batman is obviously not normal DC Batman. He's not even Bruce Wayne. That hasn't been said in the videos specifically, but he's not Bruce Wayne. I was going to say it in this video. I was going to actually... The waiter was going to be correct. He was going to get his identity right. But then as I was writing that dialogue, I was like, wouldn't it be funnier if he just said a random first and last name and was like hoping it was right? so yeah, but originally that was going to be just like a quick little way to slip into the video. Hey, by the way, viewer, he's not Bruce Wayne, he's Malcolm Kennedy. And if you've played Arkham Origins, there's a scene where Bane figures out who Batman is, and I was going to use that scene, and it was going to be like the waiter's base and his computers that found out who he was, but that was like way early days. That wasn't going to be added into the video as it is now. That was going to be like before the waiter's introduction. That was going to be like part of his introduction, was that he knew who Batman was. Anyway, one thing that really bothered me about this video, before I get into the Batman references and comic book stuff, Arkham Origins has pre-rendered cutscenes, so there is nothing I can do about this quality. This is just, and so you can see the swap, right? This is when it's rendering like gameplay stuff, and then when it goes to cutscenes, it's just like grainy. I don't even think this is 720p. And it's so, like, grainy and blurred, and anytime there's motion, it sucks. It really bugged me. I looked for ages if there was anything you can do, but you can't, because pre-rendered cutscenes, I'm sure you know. It's literally just, we have a video file in the game, and it will play. There's no editing, there's no anything. It just plays this video file, no matter what your PC is, no matter what you do. This is always going to play, and there's no way to access the original rendering to... There's no way to re-render it, because it's not... those files aren't available. And that really bugged me. Especially because the way I do videos, and the way I kind of extend dialogue, zooming is a big tool I have, right? My biggest tools are slowing down, speeding up, reversing, freeze framing, and zooming to make dialogue happen where dialogue wasn't happening. Or when dialogue was briefly happening to make it happen for longer. And when the quality is like this, zooming... Like, look, this is a real frame from the video, you know? Okay, well, this is better now. That might be rendered live, but... Where's one? Like this. It feels bad to zoom when it's like this. It bugs me. You don't get why, since most cutscenes in previous Arkham games were in-game. I think what it is they actually weren't. But then other games got remastered. So when I made Private Crime Fighter, it was with Return to Arkham Asylum, which was the remaster. And it didn't have pre-rendered cutscenes. And they haven't made a remaster for Arkham Origins. And they don't seem to have any intention of doing it. Because every time they release... Oh, the Arkham Trilogy! And they just skip out on Arkham Origins. So, yeah. I think the other games only don't have pre-rendered cutscenes because they are actually remasters. Anyway, so comic book references in Hunted Crime Fighter. There's a few to get through here. So, context for this scene, and then I'm just going to play it. First piece of context, real Batman, Bruce Wayne, his father is Thomas Wayne, he was a surgeon. First piece of context. Second piece of context, from a very, very famous Batman story called Batman Year One, there's a very famous scene that Batman is basically, he's sitting in this chair, he's come back from all of his training overseas to become a vigilante, but he's just had his first night out and it's gone horribly. He got stabbed, he nearly died, he got arrested, he managed to escape from the police, and he was wearing a disguise, so they don't know they're after Bruce Wayne, but it's gone terribly, because he was just going out in like a beanie and stuff, and a disguise. He wasn't Batman yet. And he's sitting in this chair bleeding out, just thinking, man, I could call Alfred to help me right now, he'll stitch me up, but if I can't think of a way to make this last like 18 years of training worth it, if it turns out this was all for nothing, I'd rather just die in this chair. And he's talking to his father. He's sitting in the chair staring at this stone bust of his father's head, saying like, what can I do? What can I do? And then a bat flies through the window, shatters the window, lands on the father's head. And Batman says, yes, father, I shall become a bat. And that's a very famous line. Another famous line from another famous story called The Dark Knight Returns. He's beating up a big guy in a mud pit, and he goes, you don't get it, son. This isn't a mud hole. It's an operating table. And I'm the surgeon. And then he breaks his arm. He actually says, you don't get it, boy. But in the movie, he says, you don't get it, son. And it's more often quoted as, you don't get it, son. Anyway, those are the 3 pieces of context.
What would my father, the surgeon, say if he were still here to guide me today?
So to fix his arm, we actually have to break it again before we can set the bone correctly.
But, father, doesn't it scare you, having to hurt somebody to make them better? I'm not sure I could do that.
Ah, my boy, you're thinking about this all wrong. Sometimes you have to break something before you can fix it. A rule or a system or, yes, a bone. But you have to understand that these things are already broken, and it's our responsibility to fix them. Even if it means doing something that would usually be bad, like breaking a rule or a bone. I just have to look at it from that perspective, and it really doesn't bother me at all anymore.
What perspective? Breaking rules? Do you mean you're thinking like a criminal?
No. You don't get it, son. This isn't an operating table. It's a mud hole. And I'm the vigilante.
And then the radio says some stuff.
Yes, father. I shall become a vigilante.
So, I really like that. Whenever I do stuff like that in the videos that's kind of like references to other stuff, I make them missable in the sense that, like, if you don't get the reference, the video still works. You aren't like, oh, well, that was a waste of 2 minutes that I, like, don't understand. Like, the video still completely functions if you don't get the reference, and you're not really missing out on anything except, like, an, oh, cool, right? And that's generally, if there's something where it's like, not everyone will get this, I want to make it so it's totally fine for the people who don't get it. The entire conversation with his father flashback was an excuse to get the father to say, this isn't an operating table, it's a mud hole, and I'm the vigilante, because I thought that was funny. And I really like that it turned into like an actual, real piece of advice. Like, it just seems like so organic. It seems like an actual conversation and like a, oh, let me look back on my father's advice type of scene. And I really like that because, again, it's just an excuse to have these lines because I thought they were funny. And then, yes, father, I shall become a vigilante. Yeah, I love that. I love the glitching in the intro if it decides to play. Wow, this is sure is an application. Also, these text boxes are in the style of Batman Year One, and the flashback ones are in the style of Batman: The Dark Knight Returns, because that's what these lines are based on the ones from Year One. Those ones are based on the ones from Dark Knight Returns. Also, Dark Knight Returns is a story about an old man Batman, and this is Batman's old man talking. So yeah, I had a lot of fun with this video. And there's a lot of like little details. Okay, it doesn't want to play the intro, but oh, here we go.
Like a cyclone.
I really like that. The song is Baby It's Just You from Fallout 4, by the way. You really like this scene? Also just the transition from Kid Bruce voice to Man Bruce voice? Yeah. I really liked child Batman voice because... So, bit of context, and then we'll go through the other Batman references in this. I wanted to make a Batman video for a long time, like in 2022 as well. But Batman voice was like kind of just out of my range. It wasn't... You know, a couple of times for videos, I've had to invent a voice for a character. Whereas, like,
Something like this. I've had this voice available to me for like, you know, like 6 years or something.
Whereas, like, the Batman voice, I never had, and I had to make it for the video.
And for a long time, it was out of my range. A Kevin Conroy style Batman. Actually, when I was, because I wanted to do this, I remember just like turning on microphone recording software and just speaking in front of the microphone and trying a bunch of stuff and just seeing how it sounded. And that was actually how I got the Jack of all Trades voice from Spare the Rod, which I'll play for a sec.
Assassin again?
That's rough. Well, look, I just came to say hi. I'll be back properly later tonight. I'll be back properly.
My voice is a bit dead right now because I've been awake too long, but...
Hey, Emily! I'll be back properly later tonight.
It kind of grew out of an attempt at Batman. That voice isn't an attempt at Batman. It's just while I was attempting Batman, I made his voice. And I was like, this is cool, and I used it. But anyway, so...
This voice, I'm sure the longer I do it, the better it'll be. And it's thank you, Commissioner. It's more like this, actually. And it might not sound exactly like Batman right now, because I'm putting more emotion behind it. So this is like the voice, this is the accent. But Batman would say, this is the voice, this is the accent, you know.
So, yeah, anyway. Trying to turn that voice into a child's voice... was really, like, it was like a challenge, right? I think like within 40 seconds I did it. But it was like a panicky 40 seconds of like, how the hell am I going to do this? And then it worked, and I was like, oh, cool.
You don't get it, son. It doesn't bother me at all anymore. What perspective? Breaking rules?
Basically, I just went like,
what perspective? Breaking rules?
What perspective? Breaking rules? And I just like made sure the accent was kept. But yeah, I really like the Batman voice. I don't wish. I'm happy the way things are. But if I didn't make 2 videos a month and I had more time to kind of perfect stuff, I think I would just spend a month doing the Batman voice and like really refining it. Because I think it's a really good voice. I like the voice a lot. I think it's funny. I think it's comedic. I think it serves the purpose really well. But... you know, things like going, no! It's hard right now to do that in the voice of Batman, to, like, have a kind of loud emotion. And I think if I spent, like, a week practicing the voice, it would be easy, like, instantaneous. But I don't really have time to practice voices. I pretty much just, like, you know, I was talking about in Nutso July, I didn't even have time to, like, workshop voices. I would just do it. A normal video, I can, like, think about the voices beforehand, but then I don't, like, practice them. I just kind of do them. Another voice that gave me a bit of difficulty was, and we'll come back to the comic stuff in a sec, I know, all over the place, but Dr. Justice from Private Crime Fighter. Oh, by the way, I love her introduction. I was... sweating over this voice. I was like, how the hell am I gonna do a Harley Quinn voice? Because I feel like doing some characters, you have to be a little faithful to the original voice. Batman is one of those, right?
Like, I could make Batman just sound like this, but I think it would detract from the video, right?
And I think Variable Carrot's voice is your favorite. I love the Variable Carrot's voice as well. The Variable Carrot! Batman! You want to know how I got run over by a bus? I love him. Like, same reason in if Portal 2 was written by a moron. Will sounds a little like Wheatley. This video as well, when I realized it was 39 minutes, normally I will do a minimum of 3 takes for every single line in a video, and that's just for safety. Normally all 3 takes are good, and if I used the worst of the 3 exclusively, it would be, like, completely fine. But I do 3 takes just in case there's, like, a noise. You know, there are loud birds outside my window and stuff. It's just for safety. This video, it was, like, a lot of 1-take lines because of how long it was and how end of the month it was. And anyway, so I wanted to do, I believe this is a Bristol accent. Hang on, if I open Volume 3 Portal 2 notes up again. Is it Bristol? Hold on. Yeah, it's Bristol. So, Stephen Merchant, who voice acts Wheatley, it's a Bristol accent. And I wanted to do it, but I didn't have time to learn. So what I ended up doing was I practiced Bristol accent for like 15 minutes, and then combined it with like a kind of, I think it's a Northern Irish accent that I have. Because they're both rhotic, which just means that's a word that's in reference to how they pronounce R's. So it's like, what's an example? Let's hear one.
An artificial human. Didn't work. Facility's been shut down for a couple months now, and the
So, yeah, it's like a little close to the original Wheatley voice, because I feel like he is one of those characters where I think the video is better if you sound a bit like him. You don't need to sound exactly like him, especially because you want to establish, hey, this is a different character. But I think
if he was talking like this the whole video, it would be a little
jarring for people watching the video, and I don't want a voice to ever be jarring. The goal of a voice is always to kind of be like instantly acceptable for me, right? So I'm going all over the place right now. But yeah, anyway, okay, I'll briefly do this and then I'll try circle back down along the path. So female voices, right? Obviously, I'm a cis man. I can't do a convincing female voice. If I called you on the phone and did my best, it wouldn't be believable. Also, I mean, maybe with practice, I would be able to, but I haven't been able to practice, you know, that's what I say. I can't do a convincing female voice, but I think I can do an acceptable female voice to where when you're watching the video, there is no disconnect, right? There is no, oh, that's a woman? Okay, snap back in over the course of like a second and a half as the character starts talking. You pretty much instantly accept, yep, that's that character speaking, which is the goal, right? Let me get an example.
But I can see his robot bits.
No, he just...
And like another example... I'm looking for Darkest Dungeon, but that's on my external hard drive, not this one. I guess back to Portal 2.
That was a fun experiment.
Like that's one, and
Not recently. A chess computer, and if you say make that...
Somebody must have made the speaker sentient too.
Like that. You instantly accept it, which is, again, you're not convinced. You don't think it's a woman doing the voice, a cis woman, but you instantly accept it. There's no jarring kind of disconnect, which is the goal. Anyway, so then I was going to talk about Dr. Justice's voice, which I'll get back to in a second. I'm going to look at chat quickly because I saw some stuff come in. You like the way I say carrot in Variable Carrot's voice? Yeah. The variable carrot! Carrot! A purple carrot! The purple suit jacket and pants represent the original carrot! The purple carrot! Yeah. How did I think of the name Variable Carrot? Funny you should ask, because I wanted to talk about this, but I would have forgotten if you hadn't just asked. Originally, that wasn't his name, and I never changed it to Variable Carrot. Basically what happened was, let me... I can probably find these original notes, actually. Is it here? Yeah. So here's just verbatim what I wrote. I'm not going to show you this file because I have some Arkham City ideas in here. So I don't want you to accidentally see it if I like scroll too far. But I have some notes. This was as I was planning out for the Batman video. This was months in advance because again, I wanted to make a Batman video for a while, so I was like planning and kind of writing like a couple jokes. So, some videos I'll have like a handful of jokes written beforehand. Pretty much every joke in a video is written as I work on the video. But there are almost always like 3 or 4 jokes that I wrote before. I mean, depends how long the video is, but yeah. So one thing I was writing was about what to do with the villains, right? Because the villains, I didn't want them to just be... Some of them are, you know, like Poison Ivy is just called Poison Ivy. Here's another example of a female voice that isn't jarring.
Which means...
Hang on, wait, let's just go to when they're here. This is good.
Let me guess. The inverted carrot.
What? No, I'm Poison Ivy.
See, it's not going to trick anyone, but there's no kind of jarring moment where it's like, oh, okay, all right, fine, I accept it now. I guess that's the voice. You just kind of instantly accept it, which is what I go for. Anyway, so she's Poison Ivy, Batman is Batman, but then there's like Omega Frog, Variable Carrot, Dr. Justice, you know. I wanted, anytime I changed someone's name, I wanted there to be a reason and a joke beyond, haha, that's not the real name of that character. I wanted it to have a purpose. Even the purpose could be a joke, but it's just the joke couldn't be just that the name was different. And so I was writing down like, okay, well, what's some like themes I could do for villains? Like, could I do one villain that was like sponsored by a bunch of companies? Could I do one villain that was, you know, and then like what names could I get out of that? Which villain fits these kind of jokes that I'm writing? And I was looking at the Joker. Part of it was just looking at a character and thinking, you know, what can I do with that? Because, for example, Batman, he's gonna be Batman. First of all, I think it's just a good idea to keep him Batman. Because I think, you know, if he was like Slugman or something... First of all, I think that would be an example of changing it just for the sake of changing it, and I don't like to do that. I like there to be a purpose, even if the purpose is a joke, but it needs to be an actual joke. But I also think it's just like... First of all, he's got bat ears, he's got a bat on his chest. When he glides, his cape makes him in the shape of a bat, like the silhouette. He's going to be Batman, but also he's one of the most famous characters of all time. His name is going to be Batman, right? Purely because of the way he looks, but then also I think even if he looked different, it would probably be a good idea to keep him Batman. So then I was looking at someone like the Joker. Well, what the hell can I do with him other than being a clown, right? What could I possibly... Because he you know, he's got the red smile, he's got like the flower and the bow tie, he's got the green hair, the white skin. What could I do possibly other than him being a clown? And literally the first idea I wrote down, I'm reading it right now, is Joker can be Joker or something silly like Variety Carrot. Because orange underjacket and green hair with purple suit. It was literally my first idea. Because I was like, I don't know. I mean, like that... Like, how else can I explain the colors of his appearance? I don't know. What if he was like a carrot? That's a carrot. And purple's a carrot. And then I wrote, legitimately, the entire rant from Private Crime Fighter where he explains the reason behind his name is verbatim. I'm pretty sure I didn't change a single word written right here. I wrote it out. I wrote,
You see, Batman, the orange waistcoat and my green hair represent the modern carrot, but the purple suit jacket and pants represent the original carrot, the purple carrot, nowadays seen only at farmers' markets. Society rejected the purple carrot and bred it out of normalcy, because it was different, because it was strange. In my day-to-day life, I walk around in the orange waistcoat, masquerading as an orange carrot. But when nobody's looking, I'm free to don my purple clothing and show the world who I truly am. Because, like it or not, I'm a purple carrot. An original carrot! And I'm tired of having to change my color for others. I think the only difference is that I changed that to be, and I'm tired of having to change myself for other people. And the whole... So I wrote that whole rant, and then I wrote, this is actually funny, so maybe do this. Imagining Batman saying, "Variety carrot, stop what you're doing," is also really funny. So, and then I actually wrote, but probably wrap up the joke by the end and have him be the Joker again. So originally he was going to be the Variety carrot, and then by the end of the video he was going to change names and become the Joker. But then I wrote those notes, and then that was months before I started making the video. I never changed his name to Variable Carrot. I guess I just misremembered the notes. I'm glad I did. I like Variable Carrot way better than Variety Carrot. But, yeah. So that's where his name came from. It was literally just, is there anything I can do with him other than making him a clown? I don't know, based on the colors I could do him be a carrot. Oh, I just wrote a funny rant about why his name's a carrot. That's his name now. And a lot of my videos are like that, where it's just kind of, I get one good idea and I just build on it. I'll get into that later with Pokemon Black Permadeath if you remind me when I'm talking about that. Because there's a lot to say there. But, yeah, there was something else I just wanted to say. Specifically about this, before I go through the other chat messages that have come in since starting. Damn, what was it? Oh yeah, I really like, as well, how that whole rant is an actual Joker rant, right? About, like, society rejects the purple carrot. They try to force us to be orange carrots, like the rest of the normies. Like, that's a Joker speech, right? That's a Joker thesis behind, like, the carrot theming of it, which I really like. Same thing as I was saying with, like, the father conversation in Hunted Crime Fighter. It's purely like a means to an end, but I really like how it works really well, right? Like, this, he is a parallel of the Joker, and you can see that with his stories. I also really like his stories in Hunted Crime Fighter, where he talks about, like, being run over by a bus, and he talks about biting a carrot off with your finger. That's another Joker thing of, like, nobody cares if they bite something in half, so long as it's not a part of one of their little clubs. You know, it's an actual, like, Joker-themed character. I like that you can see those traces of the original character there. Alright, I'll see what's through chat, and then I'll say what I was going to say about Dr. Justice, like, 15-20 minutes ago. You agree that sometimes you have to keep the voice in line with the original? Yeah, I think sometimes that's good. And I think you can change it, but you need to acknowledge that it will be jarring and be doing it on purpose, right? Like, if I had Harley Quinn speak like this in the videos, I would need to acknowledge this will be jarring, and that is the point, because it'll be funny, right? I can't just do it and expect it to not be jarring. Right, it needs to be kind of purposeful. And Hamlin, you say, I do a really good job making the voices sound right for the character, even if it's not technically right. Thank you. I'm really happy with the voices, to be honest. Sometimes, you know, this is a bit of an ego thing to say, but, sometimes I'm, like, watching my videos and I kind of have, like, a jarring moment of, like, whoa, I'm having a conversation with myself here. You know? Like, I'll be watching a Pokemon Black Permadeath episode, and it'll be like...
And girl,
Nerd.
Don't listen to him, Aiden.
What?
Hey, so did the
Like,
gym
this is
leader
all me, and
leave
I forget,
gym?
you know, because I don't
Yeah.
know.
So
It's weird.
that means the box of
It,
gym bags
it is
in there
weird
is just
sometimes. I don't know if I get like voice dysmorphia or something,
unattended, right?
and it's like that's not me.
Sharon.
That's not me. But I don't know. It's weird,
Yeah. You could go get one.
and that's another example of like female voice. You're not gonna, you know. It's not gonna trick you on the phone into thinking it's a cisgender woman, but it is like you instantly accept, yep, that's Bianca talking, and there's no kind of adjustment period mentally the first time you hear it. Back to Private Crime Fighter to talk about Dr. Justice, but first, and yeah, the Variable Carrot has stuff from the original character, yeah. I think I like doing that, especially in particular with the Batman videos. I like kind of grounding it in the actual Batman mythos and, you know, stories and stuff, which we'll get into when we finally go back to Hunted Crime Fighter and talk about the other stuff. But first, Dr. Justice's voice, as I was saying ages ago, gave me some trouble because I was thinking, I can't do like an Arlene Sorkin faithful Harley Quinn voice. I can't do like a Tara Strong faithful Harley Quinn voice, right? Because they're so high, they're so squeaky, they're so like they're really good voice, by the way, amazing voice actresses, both of them. But that's not in my range, you know. I can't do that. And I remember specifically, I was in the shower just like trying to find a good voice for Dr. Justice because I knew it had to be something close to Harley Quinn, or it had to be different with a purpose. And then I started doing like a Jerry Seinfeld impression. And I've never listened to Jerry Seinfeld do comedy. I've never watched the show Seinfeld, but I've heard people do Seinfeld impressions. And so I was basically doing an impression of some Seinfeld impressions I heard, and that turned into Dr. Justice. It's like,
Dr. Justice! Ah, Batman! Hi, Batman!
and it's Jerry, it's like this, you know, this is kind of the, what the hell, airline food. This is like the voice. And then it went from this into this, and then it went from this into this, and then Dr. Justice. Ah, Dr. Justice. Hello, Batman, it's me, Dr. Justice. I was just, I like ran out of the shower to record it so that I could remember it for later and not forget it. And yeah, Hamlet, I see a question about the chat video. I'll get to that next. So, anyway, I love Dr. Justice's intro. Let's just do it real quick. Well, this isn't, technically she's at the start of the video, but, you know, this is her proper involved in the video intro.
He could be anywhere right now. I'll have to follow the trail of freed criminals.
Oh, look, another escaped super criminal. Have a taste of justice.
I love that. I don't know why, that's just, that tickles me, right? I know you're, like, socially not allowed to laugh at your own jokes, but I think they're funny. If I didn't think they were funny, I wouldn't have written them, okay? I'm allowed to laugh at them. I wrote them because they're funny to me. I've got distance on them now. They're all new to me again.
Oh, look, another escaped super criminal. Have a taste of justice.
And yeah, as I was saying before, I think Private Crime Fighter might be my funniest video. I'm not going to spoil this, because anyone who hasn't seen Private Crime Fighter, you just got to see it. But I'll just say this, I love the clues joke. The clues joke might be my favorite joke that I've made in a Chimney video. And I say might because I would need to like watch all of my videos again and take specific note. I'm sure whatever my favorite joke is, I've forgotten, right? But I would not be surprised if I like went through all my videos and searched it and it turned out the clues joke was my favorite joke in any video, because I love that joke. That is A1 for me. I'm just thinking, okay, I'm gonna finish what I was saying about Hunted Crime Fighter, then I'm gonna go to what you guys are talking about with the Spider-Man in chat video and my overly clingy mech. Which, by the way, I love that title. I'll talk about that later. So other Batman references. Remember when we were talking about this? There's also, so Gordon has thought boxes as well in this video, and his thought boxes are in the style of Year One as well, because Batman Year One is about Jim Gordon and Batman. It's about both of them. And yeah, so they both have Year One style thought boxes. I actually made modern style thought boxes for Batman as well, that I didn't end up using just because I didn't want to be swapping between types of thought boxes. I wanted the Year One one for the Yes, Father, I Shall Become a Vigilante line. And then I just didn't want to be swapping too much, so I kept using Year One for the rest. But I think future Batman videos, you might see that modern one, because I have it all designed and ready to use. So yeah, also Gordon's a Lieutenant Gordon, he's not Commissioner Gordon. That's also to separate from Private Crime Fighter, because in Private Crime Fighter at the start, Batman talks to the Commissioner, who's this guy. Looks nothing like Gordon in any of the other Arkham games, so it actually works out well that this is just like the Commissioner right now. Lieutenant Gordon's a different guy. And like when you see Gordon in Arkham Knight, and he looks way younger than this, you know, that's why. It's because this isn't him. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Hunter Crime, there's a lot of jokes, right? There's, you want to know how I got run over by a bus, instead of you want to know how I got these scars. And each of those stories starts, you know, in another reference way, either to the reference from that movie, or from, the last one is like, it's about how I got... Oh, just in time for the story, Batman. It's about how I got run over by a bus. See, there were these two guys in a lunatic asylum. And that's the start of a joke from The Killing Joke right at the end of it, which is another famous Batman story. And then there's... I feel like there are a lot of other Batman Oh, there's obviously You Don't Get It, Son. You know, that comes back here at the end again. There's quite a few. You can find them on your own. You know what? You can go hunting. I think there's like 2 or 3 more that I haven't mentioned. Okay, so Hamlin, you asked what prompted me to make the chat video. Basically, for like 2 years before making this video, I like remembered the character, and I was like, man, no one talks about this character. This character was awesome. And then I just made the video. But like I wanted to make the video for like 2 years. And then I think what it was that month, I just made Private Crime Fighter. It took a very long time. And there wasn't much time left in the month. And if you didn't know, all of 2023, I had an upload schedule of 2 videos a month, right? 2022 was just, I was doing a bunch of kind of other stuff, and videos just came out whenever they were done, and quite often like a month would go by with no videos, and then you'd get like 1 video. So in 2023, and actually December of 2022, I did 2 videos a month. So 13 months in a row now I've done that. Anyway, this was a long one. There wasn't much time left in the month, and I was looking at my list of ideas for videos, and this was on here, and I was like, yeah, I can make that in like 3 days. And then I did. And then it got like all of the views on my channel. Which is a little funny, because it's like, damn it, you know? Because I don't make comic videos, and I don't make video essay videos. And I'm sure I could have pivoted into that after this video's success. But that's not what I want to do, right? And like, what's the point of that? If kind of, you know? I like doing these sort of videos, you know, occasionally, where I just seriously talk. That's why you got the Leeches video today, or yesterday, I guess. And that's why you got... what was the other one? I swear there was another one. Oh, Stop Calling Everything Art. I think that was last month. Yeah, that was it was November. Technically, it's January now. I had fun with this video as well. But yeah, basically, I just have a big list of video ideas of things I want to do, things I want to talk about. And this was on here, and I thought I can make that in 3 days, and then I did. Adraline, you say you really like Chatterbox and Troublemaker's names. Me too. That's from My Overly Clingy Mech. This was also a Not So July video. I think, you know, I said this in the Darkest Dungeon Director's commentary stream as well. I think one of my, like, best traits, you know, if I was, like, putting myself forward as, like, hey, only 10 humans can live. We're an alien species. We're killing all of humans. 10 of them can live. Give us one reason you should be the one to live. I think my reason would be I'm kind of okay at naming things. I think I'm good at naming them. Or you wrote Shadowbox. It's actually Chatterbox. But obviously, it's only ever said, really, by Troublemaker, who talks like this, so it's like, Chatterbox! Chatterbox! So I can see how you could get Chatterbox from that. I really like the name Chatterbox for a mech. I think that's what... Because it's like... I forget where, but I remember seeing something about, like, some story. There was a mech named Chamber, and I really liked that. Because it's like, night, like, chamber. Like, so... I actually got Chatterbox, the name, thinking about that name. Because it was like, oh, I like having the name Box, right? Like, yeah, same as Chamber, right? Like, you enter him. And then Chatterbox, because he talks. I love that name. I think that's really good. There's something else I wanted to say. Oh, yeah. I really like mech stories. But I feel like the mech stories I like don't exist. Like, I really like the movie Pacific Rim, the first one. I love that movie. And then I have it like an idea in my head of a bunch of other mech stories. I don't think I've ever seen one. That, I mean, obviously there are a ton of mech stories. But like, I'm talking a specific breed of mech stories that feel the same way as Pacific Rim. To me, because I feel like a lot of mech stories that I've kind of looked at briefly, it's kind of more about the politics than the mechs, right? And it's like I kind of want to see more mech stuff, you know. I just want to see the mechs. My Overly Clingy Mech, last thing I'll say about it is the title. I think is really funny. I don't watch anime at all. That's not because I like think it's what a sin or anything. I don't have anything against it. I just don't watch TV. I don't watch movies. I haven't for years. I would love to. I don't have any time. I have no free time ever. The free time I do have, I have to like kind of like, can I justify spending, 3 hours watching a TV show instead of like hanging out with a friend? I don't have very much free time, so I don't watch anime or anything, but I know that a lot of them have, like, doesn't this just seem like an anime title to you? Like, I have very cursory knowledge, so I could be completely off base here, but I'm pretty sure, like, this is the story of how I went to another world and did the Fandango, and like, that's like the show's title. I don't know, it just, to me, this felt like an anime title, and the same is true for my ODST video, Our Device Stealing Team. Which, the joke there is that it stands for ODST, and also the video is about stealing a device. I was very proud of myself when I came up with that. Because I came up with the script was done first, the title was second. I didn't base the story off the acronym. I managed to get the acronym out of the story. Very proud of myself. And I feel like that's an anime title too. The dynamic is really fun and different from the original. Somewhat reminiscent of the original. You're talking about Chatterbox and Troublemaker? Yeah. Titanfall 2 was really fun. I wish it was longer. A lot of... well, actually, sorry, not a lot of... actually, I'll talk about that later, because we got a big list of stuff right now. The best part of my Batman videos to you is when Batman starts over-explaining things. Oh, you mean like at the... like here when he's...
Alright, a bit of roughhousing. Good way to end the day. Come on, hit me. Hit me!
You don't get it, son. This isn't a chapel. It's an operating table. And I'm the surgeon. And you're the patient. And my arms are the scalpel. And the procedure is to break your bone. And the air is the anesthetic. And air has no anesthetic properties.
I'm laughing because that's the first time I've heard that with like some distance to it. You know, that's the first time hearing that joke, not in the mindset of I just wrote this joke, I just voice acted this joke, I just set the visuals to this joke. That's the first time I like heard it with fresh ears. That's a really dumb joke. I like that. Also, Dr. Justice in pain after getting hit on the... Yeah, I love that. Have a taste of justice. and like the loud clang. I don't know. I like my videos, okay? I think they're funny. I'm allowed to think they're funny. Oh, he laughs at his own jokes. I do. That's why I said them. It's because I thought they were good. Every Arkham game has a different looking Gordon for some reason. Asylum and City have similar looking ones to each other. Yeah, but I feel like Origins and Night look pretty separate. Actually, so, by the way, bit of context. A lot of the time in my videos, I'm playing a game for the first time. In terms of Arkham games, Arkham Knight was the only Arkham game I ever played. I played it in 2015 when it came out. I played the hell out of it. I think I've 100%ed it twice. But my first time playing Arkham Asylum was making that video. My first time playing Arkham Origins was making this video. I knew pieces of information about the story of them, but I'd never played them. Arkham City I've never played, and I don't know the specifics of it. I know the major events of the plot, but I don't actually... I'll be going in mostly blind, which I think in some ways helpful for making videos. In some ways, it's more helpful to know ahead of time what's going to happen. I think it's probably equal, and it doesn't really matter either way if I know in advance or if I don't. But also the for Batman over explaining things. Also the Batcave sequence in Private Crime Fighter. Starts explaining... Oh, the Batcomputers stuff? Oh, yeah. When he's like, I need to find data on the super criminals. Yeah. Again, I like the Batman voice a lot. Bit of context. The entire concept of the Batman videos, and the reason I wanted to do Batman videos so badly, you know, I was telling you I wanted ages in advance to do them, is because... And I've talked about this before. I don't like doing the same thing over and over again. I feel like if you've already done something, what's the point of doing it again? You know? So... The entire concept of these videos was I want to make a video where instead of a silly main character... it's a serious main character in a silly world. And that is kind of the basis of a lot of the jokes and a lot of the structure of these videos, is Batman is just a incredibly competent crime fighter who is very serious and takes his job seriously, and everyone else on the whole planet that he's on is the silliest person ever. And he just has to, like, put up with it. And... you know, it's very different style than what I do in the rest of my videos, you know? Buckwheat Grayson is a pretty silly character. Mega Man from No Robots, pretty silly character. The General from The Worst Speech of All Time, pretty silly character. But Batman is just serious. And that was kind of... Because something else I don't like to do, it's not just that I don't like to repeat myself, it's that I don't like to repeat others, right? I would probably rather die than make a Batman parody video
where Batman
was like this, and he's like, I'm Batman. Ah, you hurt my bat feelings. Ah, my parents.
Like, some of those are funny, right? I'm not trying to like dog on them or anything. There are funny videos that have Batman speaking like this and have him like, oh, I'm talking about my bat feelings, and let me get out my bat snack and eat a bat sandwich. And oh, my parents, and I'm like, I'm emotional wreck. Funny videos have been made out of that. But the point is, a lot of videos have been made out of that. That's not what I'm going to do. So my Batman parody isn't, oh, I'm Batman. I have a bat philosophy book. It's, hello, please refrain from killing people. Dr. Justice, a lot of people have died tonight. And it's just the whole world is silly. And that was kind of the whole point behind this, is just having a serious character in a silly world. Because I hadn't done that before in a video. There is so much to talk about. Okay, I have written down here, I wrote it down earlier in the stream, favorite character voice. I'll get through this quickly. Hang on, let me just write down the other things that are immediately on my mind. Spare the Rod, meaningful bits, secret videos, Pokemon Black. What was it I wanted to say about Pokemon Black? There was something. Oh, just a second ago, I said to remind me. If you're not able to remind me, you're letting the side down here. Pokemon Black. What was it? Damn, that's annoying. Hopefully it'll come back. Yeah, I'm not sure. Damn. Okay, so favorite character voice. It might be... let's listen to Jack of All Trades real quick. I like Jack of All Trades' voice.
Finished.
Mr. Public, you can consider it done. Yeah, she got no parents.
Jack, I'm not going to raise this child.
I thought you would have liked this.
I loved his voice. I loved doing that. I loved... Did I give this character a name? I don't think I did. I think she was just the other engineer.
Well, I think she's definitely in here.
Huh?
Oi, oi! Do you have any idea how much it sucks to clean off soot? My shower and pillow are stained!
I love that voice. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's hard. Choosing a favorite voice is actually difficult. I think in general I like deep voices more in terms of like how much I like... Oh, but I don't know that, because that's a high voice. I really like that one. I don't know. That's hard. I might not be able to answer it.
My name is...
Not sure. Damn, I'll let that run in the back of my mind and see if I can come up with something. So, last thing I'll say about Private Crime Fighter while it's on my mind. The one thing, because I said before, I think this might be the funniest video on my channel, but when it came out, Spare the Rod was still my favorite over Private Crime Fighter. I think part of it was that Spare the Rod is just a very meaningful video to me specifically, which I'll get into later. But I think part of it as well is that the first, I need to rewatch Private Crime Fighter. It's been a long time since I did. But I remember thinking afterwards, oh, these first 6 minutes could have been tighter. I feel like the first 6 minutes are a bit slow, and the rest of the video is just an absolute slapper all the way through. But these first 6 minutes, not only are they maybe a bit slow, and again, I haven't watched it in a while, so maybe this is just maybe I'll rewatch it and be like, oh, never mind, that's not a problem at all. But I remember feeling a bit like that. And I also remember that my Batman voice was much worse at the start of this video, and I didn't have time to retake those lines. Transferred here from Ruby City. We're just escorting him to his cell.
May I watch?
Well, alright, you can watch. We've already got one private crime.
And I think you'd make the perfect nemesis for me.
That's quite forward of you, Variable Carrot.
See, it's not as good as it is later in the video.
Because this fight is about to be...
Maybe that's just to my ears, because it's like... It's my voice and I like notice a lot of stuff. But to me, the opening, the voice wasn't quite perfect. Anyway, so Spare the Rod. Spare the Rod, I love this video. When I say it's, hold on one sec. The first 6 minutes of Private Crime Fighter feels like the intro to Arkham Asylum with a new script, which isn't what the rest of the video feels like. Yeah, when I talk about it being slow, though, I mean specifically, like, I don't know, because I think, again, it's hard to say without rewatching it, which I'm not going to do on this live. I'm not just going to sit there for 6 minutes and rewatch the start of this video, but I think it is funny, and I think it is informative, and it's, like, entertaining, right? I don't think it's like I clicked off in the first 6 minutes, and so I didn't get to see the rest, but I don't know. I feel like I remember thinking it was missing something, and I don't think I've watched it since feeling that way. I feel that way about all my videos, by the way. They're, like, at some point in the production process. Anytime, if I upload a video, I think it's good. I will not upload a video until I think it's good, to be clear on that. But every single video, almost, there is a point in the production process where I am like, this video sucks, this video isn't funny, this video... and I just have to power through it. The reason it happens is because I write the jokes, and I'm like, these are funny, this is good. I record the jokes, and I'm like, these are funny, this is good. And then I spend, like, a ton of hours sitting with those jokes, right? And hearing them over and over again as I put the video together. And it's... I just kind of have to trust. I thought they were funny when I wrote them. I thought they were funny when I recorded them. Like, put it together and then decide if it's okay. And, it always ends up being okay, luckily. I think part of it as well is that... Because I personally, you know, this might not be for everyone, but I personally find my videos really rewatchable, even though I'm the guy who made them. Like... I can watch, like, Hunted Crime Fighter. It's one of my most recent videos. It's 47 minutes. I've spent ages with it. Like, a lot of December was working on that video. I could probably watch it 2 times in a row back to back right now and have fun, right? So I don't think the problem that causes that kind of stage of video making where I'm like, this sucks, everything's awful, this is bad, not funny. I don't think it's just overexposure to the jokes. I think it's overexposure to the jokes in incomplete form. Because once I add the visuals, and once I add the music, and once I add the sound effects, it's usually almost instantly, oh yeah, okay, no, that's good. And so I think it's maybe just when I'm, like, just listening to the lines over and over and picking the best take of each line that happens. I don't know. So Spare the Rod. When I say it's a very meaningful video to me, first of all, first video of 2023, right? That's pretty meaningful already, because 2023 is the year where I actually I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to upload 2 videos a month. I'm going to have a schedule. And again, December of 2022, I also had 2 videos that month, but that was because I decided to do 2 videos a month for 2023 after I uploaded Darkest Dungeon Chapter 8 at the end of December in 2022. And then I was like, oh, hang on, there are like a handful of days left in the month. I bet I could quickly make something out and get started already and have 2 videos out this month already. So I made something quick. But this is the first real video of having a schedule, in my eyes. Which makes it pretty meaningful already just on its own. But... And then also just on top of that, I think it's funny. I think it's really good. It has some other advantages, like, for example... So... I'm just trying to think where to begin. So one thing, easy thing to begin with, I really like good fictional dads. I really like writing them, I really like voice acting them, I really like seeing them. And Jack of all Trade is a really good adoptive dad to Emily. And I really like that. It's just, I love writing their interactions. They're so fun. So that just like gives it a bit of extra points. The fact that the main character is like a good dad.
Hey,
You're so
you think of that, Average Joe?
Hang on, sorry. Just...
Ready or not, here I come.
Oh, you found me.
You're so bad at this.
Yeah, you're just good at seeking, kiddo.
No, but like, really bad.
Well,
I thought you were supposed to be good at sneaking.
yeah, well, not on my day off.
I want you to kill my neighbor.
And also something else I really... it was actually at the end of this montage. Again, these videos are primarily comedy videos. And, like, massively primarily, right? I like to put stories into them. I like to put character stuff into them. And I like to put, on occasion, little meaningful bits into them. Whenever I put something kind of serious in a video, I like to make it ignorable. Same as I was saying with regards to... With regards to, like, references to things or jokes that people might not get. I don't want to ever have a video that's, like, bashing you over the head with a moral. I want it to be, like, take it or leave it. Like, if you want to take this lesson from this video, you can. If you want to take this serious message from this video, you can. But if you don't, you aren't, like, well, that was a waste of 4 minutes that you just dedicated to no jokes serious mode, you know. But I still like to do it. I take these videos really seriously, like more than I should, probably. I have fun with it, you know, I'm not stressing over it, but I put a lot of thought into them, and I put a lot of, like, thought into every element of them. And because they're primarily comedy videos, but I like to give them serious moments, whenever, and also just, like, character themes, I kind of have to really compress character themes. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to play a little scene, and then I'm going to break down exactly what happened in that scene and all of the information you got from a handful of lines.
I've got to say, you're becoming a vital
I think it's
part
the
of
one
my
right after
mayorship.
this.
I quite literally couldn't be here if it weren't for you.
Yeah, that's, nice. Hey,
Hello. Did
Not
you have
quite.
a good day?
see.
It's right after this.
I'll be back tonight, okay, Emily? And I'll bring us fish and chips.
Oh, can I have...
Calamari and chips. Yeah, I just say fish because it's quicker. Man, I am so burned out on this assassin thing.
So what just happened there is, context if you haven't seen Spare the Rod, one of my favorite videos. Recommend you go see it. I know it's, you know, almost a year old at this point, so a lot of you might not have, but it's good. I like it. Jack of all trades is an assassin. He just came back from the University of Assassins, and Spare the Rod is basically him returning to his home city of Ultraid and working as an assassin and kind of figuring out what he wants to do with his life. Ultraid, one of the jokes present through the video is, you know, obviously his name is Jack of all trades, and that's like Jack of all trades, and that's one of the jokes throughout the whole video, is everyone in Ultraid is like average at everything, right? So Jack of all trades' best friend is a guy named Average Joe. This lady up here is Jane Doe. He does work for the mayor of Ultraid, who is John Q. Public, which is an American political term for, like, the average voter. Like,
If we put forward this thing, what would John Q. Public think, Mr. President?
so John Q. Public's the mayor. Fred Bloggs is a guy that's a British term for average Joe, basically. Joe Bloggs is more common, but Fred Bloggs is also one, and there were too many Joes, so he's Fred Bloggs. And there's a bunch of, like, little jokes with that as well. I'll go through and show you those later. Let me write that down. Ultraid jokes. Anyway, so Jack of Ultraid is an assassin, and he's returning to Ultraid, and he is different from people in Ultraid because
he has just spent 3 years at the University of Assassins. So now he's a really, really good assassin. He's not an average assassin. And most people in our trade, like, shuffle jobs around. Average Joe, throughout the video, every time you see him, he's working a new job. Whereas Jack of all trades kind of locked in this assassin path, right? And this is like, this whole thing's kind of like a metaphor in the video. This is the serious bits I'm talking about that are easy to ignore if you don't want to pick them up. But if they're very much there for people who are willing to see them as well as the comedy bits. But again, they're not obstructive if you're just there for the comedy. While I'm talking, I'll just let it play on mute so you have some movement happening on your screen, and then I'll go back to that scene. So Jack of all trade is working as an assassin. One of the jobs, he runs into a little girl named Emily. I'll play this scene, actually, briefly, where they meet. John Q. Public has sent him to this place to recover some stuff with his assassin skills. And, this is where he meets this little girl named Emily, who he goes on to adopt later in the video.
Now, if I were stuff, where would I be? I mean, I'd be in here. No judgment, but I'd definitely be in here.
Whoa, that mask is so cool.
Yeah, it is pretty nice, huh? The inside's nice and warm, too.
Can I see?
Yeah, why not? Oh. You don't happen to have a really bad memory for faces, do you?
No, I remember all faces, always.
Can you forget this one, for fun?
No, I remember them.
Can you forget my face ironically?
I remember all faces. Surprise jumping attack!
Countered, instantly. Countered and spun, kid.
I'm Emily.
Emily, huh? Okay, so that's the third Emily in a Chimney video in less than a year, so, how about I call you Anna? Or Baby Doe?
My name's Emily.
Okay, Emily. What are you doing up here, anyways?
They put me in charge of watching some stuff.
Oh, nice. Stuff. I'm gonna take this.
But I still have to watch it for another hour.
Well, I have to take it.
Jack, you're back faster than I thought. If you're here with good news, I might have to consider taking you on staff permanently.
Yeah, I got what you were after. And, I found a girl, too.
What do you... Explain yourself.
Say hi, Emily.
Hello.
Oh, wow, you really found a girl. Okay. Put her back, Jack.
Well, she didn't really like that place, at all. They made her watch stuff and recharge batteries for meals. I was actually wondering if you'd take her.
If I... What, to keep?
Yeah. She got no parents.
Jack, I'm not going to raise this child.
Anyway, so it goes on. But Jack of all trade ends up kind of like, all right, I'll look after you for a bit. But then it turns into like he adopts her straight up. And that guy who he's just talking to, that was John Q. Public, the mayor of all trade I was talking about. And he's like, hey, you're the mayor, you can just get me some adoption papers, can't you? But Jack of all trade and Emily have like a really good relationship through the video, and I have to establish it really kind of fast. So going back to that scene from before, this is at the end of a montage showing the next 3 months. So Jack of all trade returns, does a few assassin jobs, meets Emily, and then he's looking after her for 3 months and doing other assassin jobs. Here's the scene again. It's right after this.
I'll be back tonight, okay, Emily? And I'll bring us fish and chips.
Oh, can I have...
Calamari and chips. Yeah, I just say fish because it's quicker. Man, I am so burned out on this assassin thing.
So, to break down what happened. I'll be back later tonight, Emily, and I'll bring us fish and chips. In other words, what that establishes is, hey, Emily, you don't like that I'm leaving, but I'm comforting you by saying I will be back. In other words, we like each other's company. And I'll bring you fish and chips. So it, like, reinforcing I will cheer you up about the fact that I have to leave right now. And also, I'm the type of person who wants to cheer you up and knows how to do it. Emily's response is, can I have... Which Jack of all trade cuts off and goes, calamari and chips. Yeah, I know. I just say fish because it's quicker. Which establishes that not only does he already know that her favorite is calamari and chips, and that's her preference, but he was already going to do it anyway, and she didn't need to ask. So it very quickly, in like 3 lines, establishes, like, he's a good father, they like each other's company, but he has to go off and do work. He steps out of the door, closes it, and then sighs. And that kind of quickly tells you, just instantly, oh, okay, and again, I'm breaking it down a lot here. All of this is just like automatic when you're watching, right? Like and I think this is always the case with like literary analysis and video analysis and stuff. You can talk about something for 30 minutes that took place for, 20 seconds and took 40 seconds to write, because it's automatic when you're watching it and it's automatic when you're writing it. But then you can go back after the fact and break down exactly what you were doing in that automatic process. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm not claiming to like have put a bunch of science and stuff into the writing. This is just me breaking down what I was automatically doing with the writing. So he goes out and sighs and then says, man, I'm so burned out on this assassin thing. Which is like, so he's not showing it in front of Emily. He waits till he's outside to kind of let the bad feelings he's having come out. It's just things like that I really like. And there's a lot of that in this. There's a lot of character stuff. And that's part of what makes Spare the Rod so special to me. If you don't know, it's called Spare the Rod because there's a phrase, spare the rod, spoil the child. The actual meaning of that phrase is if you don't discipline your child with a rod, they will become spoiled. But in this video, it's spare the rod is like one instruction and spoil the child is another. So instead of like, if you spare the rod, it will spoil the child, it's you should spare the rod, you should spoil the child. Which, yeah, he gets some advice from John Q. Public right after adopting Emily.
I still don't know if I've really got what it takes to be a father. I mean, I don't even know where to start. And this isn't the kind of thing where you want to have to learn from your mistakes,
I've raised a few of my own before. If I could give you anything, it would be a warning. Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Sparing the rod, meaning...
Not meting out punishment. Discipline. I suppose you're used to using the rod on all of your assassin jobs, so spare the rod, spoil the child.
Huh. Those are 2 very good pieces of advice.
What?
Emily, come down here. I'm taking you for ice cream.
Again?
Yeah, again. Hurry up, get your shoes on.
That's really not what
You've been a big help.
It's a warning. It's not 2 pieces of advice. It's a cause and effect warning.
And then also the other spare the rod meaning is, over the course of this video, it's kind of him deciding he doesn't want to be an assassin. And part of that as well, to go back to where he meets Emily, a lot of that is influenced by Emily. Because Emily does not belong in Ultraid. And again, I'm doing a huge analysis here. This video is primarily comedy. You could watch this whole video, have a bunch of laughs, and not pick up any of the themes I'm talking about. But I'm not inventing them. The themes are there. It's just like, don't take this, if you haven't seen this video, it's not like a serious story video. It just has these elements. And a few of my videos do. Not all of them. Some of them are just jokes. But a few of my videos do have these elements where if you want to and are willing to, there's a lot of nuance to them. And one of those things is that Emily does not belong in Ultraid. Let me show you when he introduces Emily to, after it turns out he has to look after her. He introduces her to the rest of his friends.
Emily, Jane Doe, Average Joe. Isn't that funny, Joe?
Well, here's the gang, Emily. Jane Doe, Average Joe, John Smith, Joe Blow, Richard Rowe. You'll get along here. They're good people. Well, decent people.
That's a little Ultra joke as well. So yeah, Jane Doe, Average Joe, Joe Blow, Richard Rowe, they're all like those kind of placeholder names for like the average person or an anonymous person. There's Fred Bloggs, there's John Q. Public. One region of Ultraid is called Blackacre, which is a term for an anonymous piece of land in like a legal case. There's like Blackacre, Greenacre, Whiteacre. So everyone in Ultraid and everything in Ultraid is named with something average. And then Emily, her name is Emily. And when Jack of Ultraid meets Emily, and she tells him what his name is, it tells him what her name is. Listen to what his response is.
I'm Emily.
Emily, huh? Okay, so that's the third Emily in a Chimney video in less than a year.
That's just a little joke because in like, I think an 8-month stretch, I had 3 Emilys. There was one kind of irrelevant side Emily in the Great Darkwood Prank, and then Emily was the name of the main character in Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam, and then here's this Emily.
So, how about I call you Anna? Or Baby Doe?
He suggests calling her Baby Doe, which is the child equivalent of John Doe. When there's an anonymous child, Baby Doe is generally the name that will be... So he basically recommends giving her an Ultraid name, to which she says...
My name's Emily.
Okay, Emily.
So she is kind of like an example of not Ultraidness, and that's kind of prevalent throughout the video, and there's like a... If I go over here...
An average kid. The best dad.
Why would that happen?
Don't worry, it's nothing, just... Hey, listen. I know I'm not the best dad in the world. I mean, I'm not the worst. I'm probably just somewhere around average. And you're anything but an average kid. Are you sure you don't want to have a better father? A better life? One outside of Ultraid?
My life's the best. It's way better than other people's, by a lot.
Egomaniac.
I don't need to watch stuff.
And yeah, so there's themes of that, and then there's also themes of Jack not fitting with Ultraid, because he came back, and his level of skill as an assassin is the average UOA student, right? So he like adapted to, and that's mentioned when he fights another assassin, Fred Bloggs. He's like, but you graduated from the UOA years ago, and the average, like, you know, the average skill of a student there has far increased since then, and so he wins the fight. But yeah, basically, like, using Emily as kind of an example, Jack of Ultraid is able to decide what to do with his life. And it's just a story I really, really like, and that's part of what makes it really special to me. Especially because it's sort of relevant to the time when I was making it. Again, this was the first video of 2023 when I was like, I'm going to upload 2 videos a month this year. This is like, you know, Jack of Ultraid's pivoting into doing other stuff. And there are moments where he has like little kind of almost monologues about his goals and stuff. We won't go into like all of it, but I'll just play a little clip here.
I think it's what I want to do with the rest of my... that my heart just isn't in it. I mean, sure, I'm alright at it. I'm alright at a lot of things. But I just don't think it's what I want to do with the rest of my life. The worst part is, it might be too late.
And yeah, anyway, I bloody love this video for a ton of reasons. Another one is just that, for me, it's a sort of a redemption video. Because I think, unfortunately, barring like weird little videos that I made, like, you know, Real Human Reacts to The Sims is just like a dumb thing. Barring those videos, I think the worst like one-off video on my channel is Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam. I think it's a good video, I think it's okay, but I think it's the worst. Again, it wouldn't go up if I didn't think it was good, but I think it's not as good as the others. And there are reasons for that. First of all, I loved playing Dishonored 2 for that video. But I was trying some things out for the first time when I made Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam. And also thank you, Adreline, for saying it's a good story. I love this video so much. And you can see why it's hard for me to choose a favorite when this is like in the running. I'll just let this play on mute. So I tried a few things out for the first time with Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam because it was one of my earlier videos and I wanted to figure some things out. And I haven't tried them since because I don't like how they turn out. One of the things I tried was trying to make a video a specific length, right? In my head, I had a length that I wanted Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam to be, and then I made it that length. Instead of like expanding upon, oh, you know, I could make this character that showed up in the game, you know, X amount more relevant or blah, 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 blah. I just kind of... I made it conform to a specific time I had in my head. And I have never done that since because that was a learning experience to me. I wish I don't wish I hadn't because that was how I learned. But it's not something I would do again. Because one of the biggest lessons I've learned and one of like my biggest things, and it's the reason that Not So July had 2 videos that were way longer than they were supposed to be. And then like September had the longest video on my channel and I was like, oh man, I need a bit of a break. And then November had a super long video and then December had a super long video. It's because the lesson I learned, and something that's really important to me, is to let videos fall into their natural duration. Because I think it would be a small tragedy if I had made Spare the Rod 11 minutes long just for the sake of making it 11 minutes long. Because there is not 19 minutes to remove here where you're not losing a lot. And I'm never going to make a second Dishonored video. And that goes for a lot of these games. I'm never going to make a second Arkham Asylum video. So if I said, you know what, I'm going to make this Arkham Asylum video 12 minutes long, all of this extra stuff would just not exist, and it would never exist, because I'm never going to make enough... You know, if I just decided I'm going to cut out the whole famine Scarecrow subplot, I'm going to cut out Poison Ivy's bits, they're not important. Dr. Justice is going to be mentioned like a handful of times, but that's it. The Omega Frog will be at the start, and he won't show up again later. And I whittled it down to all this stuff. All of those jokes, all of that story, it would be gone, right? And I think that would be a small tragedy. A small one, you know, the world won't be much different. But it'll be missing that. And Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam taught me to always let videos fall into their natural duration. And to never try to force a video to be a specific length. And that's why, again, a lot of these months... I start a video, and it's like, oops, I made a 50-minute Pokemon Black Permadeath episode, and then I'll have to split. Oops, the very next month, I did this. You know, it's because I could have made Portal 2 a shorter video, but I refused to. Because I want to get the full potential out of all of these games, is basically what it is. I'm never going to make a second Portal 2 video. I mean, I might make one on, like, the co-op. But Portal 2 campaign, I'm never going to make a second video on. I need to get the potential out of it. Because if I'm just leaving all of these potential jokes gone, that sucks, right? The first Portal video was 7.5 minutes. That's because I feel like I got the potential out of it in these 7.5 minutes. The first Portal game, you never interact with another character until the boss fight at the end. And even that, it's just someone in the center of the screen. I could have made the portal gun sentient and that be a character and like I'm talking with the portal gun.
but it would be kind of contrived, it would be arbitrary, and any jokes that I used there, I could use in a different video, right? I feel like I got the potential out of Portal, even though it was a 7.5-minute video. And so I was satisfied with it. But Portal 2, I couldn't get the potential out of it in an 18-minute video. You know, I like to keep my videos tight. I like to keep them... I like to cut out the fat. I like to keep them, you know, quick, and I like to keep them... Things are happening, and it's never slow, and you're never just, like, stuck waiting for the next thing to happen. You're never just bored listening to huge explanations or waiting for the next joke. There's a big refining process where I cut out a lot. But I never want to cut out things for the sake of making the video shorter. I only want to cut out things for the sake of making the video better. And so that's a big important thing to me. And again, I loved Dishonored 2. The game. I loved that game. And I thought it was a funny concept I had for the video. And I think that video is good, but I think it's the worst video on my channel. And so this video on Dishonored was sort of in some way a redemption video for that. Which it's just another reason that this video is so meaningful to me. Because it's like, yes, I did it, right? I made a really funny video. It's really long. It's 30 minutes. It's got a great story. I got the full potential out of this game. And yeah, so that's another reason it's meaningful to me. And then there's also small reasons that's just like people I really liked watching when I was younger. One of them made one of his first videos of a certain edited... I'll just say his name. I don't know why I'm dancing around it. It's Stir, if anyone knows him. Star_ is the YouTube channel. Stir is the person. I'm a huge fan of Stir, still to this day. But I also was 10 years ago. And Stir had a series on his channel. He's mostly a streamer now. Very good streams. But when he made YouTube videos, he had a series called Basically that was very kind of edited gameplay videos. And the first kind of real Basically that was in the style that would go on to be the rest was on Dishonored. And so, you know, that's just like another kind of... I think the other reasons are more meaningful, but again, it's just another reason on top of all of the others. You know, the timing, the story, the relevance of the story to me, and the relevance of the story to the timing. The fact I'm redeeming Dishonored. The fact it's just a really good video. And then also, like, on top of all of that, it's, like, extra meaningful because of... you know, because it was like Stir's first real, basically edited video. And Dishonored 2, the only reason Dishonored 2 and Titanfall 2, actually, the only reason those games were on my radar, because I don't really pay attention to games. You might be aware of that, considering what's the newest game I've played on these videos, right? I don't really pay attention to a lot of stuff that isn't, like, immediately relevant to me. As soon as it's relevant to me, I'm all ears, right? But things like video games coming out and video games that have been out aren't really on my radar. The only reason Dishonored 2 and Titanfall 2 were on my radar at all is because Stir streamed them both in 2016, and I thought, oh, those games look really fun, and they've been in the back of my mind as, like, I'd like to play them sometime. And I mentioned before, I have, like, no free time. I don't really get to play video games, watch movies, watch TV shows. But I do get to make videos on video games. That's part of how I choose to use my free time. So, you know, I finally have the time to play Dishonored 2 and Titanfall 2 because I can make a video on them. They've been on my radar since 2016, you know? So yeah, anyway, Dishonored Spare the Rod is a super meaningful video to me. I also just love... I think it's a very clever video. I love the title, Spare the Rod. I love the meaning behind that. I love, you know, his interactions with Emily. I've only shown you a couple. Again, it's a 30-minute video. I've probably shown you combined like 4 minutes. So if you haven't seen it, please go watch it. It's great. I love this video. But it's a very meaningful video to me. And I also love all of the Ultraid jokes, which I'll finish on just going through all of that. So again, he's Jack of Ultraid. Everyone here is like
average in this city. It's like everyone's average, everyone's normal. Everyone's just like middle of the road, constantly changing jobs and stuff. And there were a ton of jokes. I won't be able to find them all. If you want, you could go through the video and see if you can find them all. But there's a bunch of little things, like, for example...
Luckily, none of them spot me when I'm halfway up the building.
That's there on purpose?
Oh, there are a lot of guards here. Luckily, none of them spot me when I'm halfway up the building.
And then there's, at the start of the montage, he says...
I'll pay you for it.
No, you won't. I won't have it.
You're a good friend, Jane.
And again, right there, you know, while we weren't thinking about it, just to bring you back to it, clearly not a cisgender woman's voice, but your brain instantly accepts it. Yep, she's speaking. There's no jarring. There's no disconnect. So it's there. So I think I'm not good at voice acting female characters with female voices, but I am passable enough and I can like scrape by, which is good because there are a lot of female characters in my videos. I mean, I'll talk about that later. Basically, I was looking at it and it's like, I think honestly, if I was a cis woman and I was like making the exact same videos, I don't think it would be a problem. I think like voicing the male characters would be as feasible as voicing the female characters is now. Like it wouldn't be a larger problem. Anyway, we'll go into that because I think it's funny. It's interesting. You'll see.
Make sure she goes to bed on time. I might be back late. You know, middle of the night.
There's another one, middle of the night. There's a lot of those throughout this video where it's like really easy to miss. You probably missed them. But if you're aware they're there, because, you know, there's like a pause there. It's like, might be back late. You know, middle of the night. So if you're aware that they're happening, you'll see them, and it's just like a little extra funny thing. Again, I like to have a lot of rewatchability value in my videos. It's kind of something I like. Yeah, we'll end Spare the Rod's discussion on there. But Spare the Rod, I love Spare the Rod. Spare the Rod is a great video for me. I seriously. In terms of female characters, we can do that real quick. So, just because I do find this kind of interesting as well when I looked at it. So, Spare the Rod, we're just talking about main characters here, right? Peripheral characters, there are a ton of male main character, peripheral characters, a ton of female peripheral characters. Just looking at the main characters. Jack of all trades, you never see his face. You only see his hands. If I wanted to voice him as a woman, I could probably get away with it. The only thing would be the drawing where Emily writes daddy on it. That obviously wouldn't be able to be used. But, Adreline, you say, Spare the Rod's great. One of the best for sure. You just realized. Oh, thank you very much. You're the only one watching the stream right now? Yeah, it's because, I think a lot of people are doing New Year's celebrations. To be honest, I was prepared for no one to be here. I was prepared to just be talking. Because I feel like, for me at the moment at least, I think live streams are sort of just an excuse to have long form content available on the channel for people who want to watch it. Because it's like, if I can't upload like a 4-hour video of me talking about my videos over the year, but if it's a live stream VOD, that's acceptable, right? People are like, oh, okay, it's a live stream VOD, I'll put this. But if I just uploaded it as a video, I would feel like dirty, right? I'd be like, no, I gotta edit this down. Oh, I gotta like script this more. I'm like stumbling over. I gotta organize this more. But if it's a live stream VOD, I can like get away with it, you know? So, a lot of it is for future viewers watching the VOD. And to be honest, that's also how I view a lot of my channel. I'll talk about that later as well. It's why I'm not really bothered about the, you know, in quotes, low numbers. I don't really consider them to be super low, but people are often like, oh, you know, I hope you don't mind that the numbers are low. And like, it kind of worried that I might be feeling bad about him, and I'm never feeling bad about him. I think part of the reason for that is that a video is never really done, right? Like, in terms of the result. You are never going to be looking at the final view count on a video. Ever. It's never going to happen. So when I make like Pokemon Black Permadeath, which I love making, it doesn't get a ton of views, but I know they're really good videos, and they're still going to be there in like 4 years if someone wants to come back and watch it. Anyway, so that's how I view a lot of my stuff, is like, it's for the people who will watch it in the first 3 weeks, but it's not only for the people who will watch it in the first 3 weeks. Which is actually also... Sorry, I'm like on this now. We'll go back to the other thing in a sec. But that's actually also something I kind of picked up from Stir a little bit. He made a video a long, long time ago. It's gone now. It's unlisted or private or something. But he was talking about... Because he made a lot of GTA 4 videos, and he made a video talking about GTA 5. And not... Basically, he tried to, you know, get some footage on them and make some videos, but he didn't feel like they were funny enough, and he wasn't going to upload it. And he said something that's kind of been in my mind ever since, which is, if I think... He made mostly live commentary videos, so his upload schedule was a lot more often than mine. It would be like 1 a week. And he said, if I think, oh man, I haven't uploaded in like 2 weeks, I need to just get a video out, and I put out a worse video, to someone who finds my channel like 2 years later, that 2 weeks between videos won't exist for them. And all that will exist is a worse video on my channel. And he said that he didn't... Sorry, I just got a couple burps. And he said that he didn't want... I'm not like dramatic pausing to be like, and look at this wisdom! It's I don't know why the variable carrot said that. Yeah, I'm not dramatic pausing. Those were just burps because I got a little soft drink. You know, so he said, to people who find those videos later down the line, that 2 weeks between videos doesn't exist for them. And I don't want them to have to guess, is this one of the worst videos or is this one of the ones he actually tried on? And that's been really meaningful to me, and I've carried that a lot. And that's, I think, you know, part of the reason I don't... You know, if I'm not happy with a video, I keep working on it until I am. So it's like, God damn it, it's really late in the month and I'm really tired, but I want to add sound effects to this video, you know? I want to... Hunted Crime Fighter, for example. This video, I did a bunch of like, ooh, ah, huh, ha, noises. If you just look like here, for example.
You saved me! Oh, you are my nemesis! Wait, no. Let me drop like you hate me! Ow! Okay, it's a good step. Ah! Whoa!
You know, that's something I really like. I liked doing that as well. That was fun. And that's throughout the whole video. There's a lot of...
Do you have any special half is because you're...
Catman!
Arrest. Nice to meet me, Batman. You're under arrest.
Oh, it sucks!
Yeah, anyway. So, that's something. Sorry, that's not your alarm, that's the start of this video. Yeah, so that's something that's kind of like stuck with me a lot, is like thinking about the future viewers, not just thinking about the people who see it immediately, right? And if a video isn't done, but it's like deadline is up, I'm gonna finish it, because the video being late will only exist for the people there in the first like day, and the video being bad will exist forever, if you get what I mean. So, yeah, I think Stir is probably the biggest influence on me. Stir and Germa both have had a big influence on me in terms of sense of humor. Their videos are nothing like mine. It's not that kind of influence, but I think influence on like the way I look at things, my sense of humor, all of that. If you actually look at my channel, I have a section on it. Switching back to this view. Yes. I have a section on my channel that is... I think these people are very funny. And this is basically a list of people... There are a lot of people I think are funny that aren't on this list, but this is people I think are funny and have in some way impacted the way I make videos. Or more often impacted the way I am. I don't think any of them... Maybe Bad Bananas has had an impact on the way I make videos, actually. But most of them, it's just like an impact on my sense of humor, an impact on the way I look at things, and so on. Which, you know, that's not to downplay it. It's meaningful. That's why I have this section for them. I think they're cool. And, yeah, so that's something there. There was something else I was going to say about that before we go to the male-female thing that I was going to break down, because I think it's interesting and kind of cool. You come into stream and you see Germa. I've been watching Germa for how long now? Nearly 11 years. He's had, like, all of my formative years, he's had a massive influence on me. I think Stir, a bigger influence, but Germa, massive. Absolutely. Not so much recently, but, like, you know, a couple of years ago. I've kind of been a fully formed person for, like, 6-7 years. But, yeah. I mean, they're both still awesome, Germa and Stir. It's just, I think the influencing period has kind of passed. Adreline, you say, funny onomatopoeia section in the Crime Fighter series is Batman's temper tantrum looking in the mirror and... Yeah, I love that joke as well. We'll go to that real quick. After Dr. Justice is like...
Dr. Justice. She's the best of us.
We both are the best of you.
Excuse me?
I didn't mean... I'm only saying I'm very good too. As good as Dr. Justice. Better.
What?
I was coughing. Coughing? We're the best of you? What's wrong with you, Batman? You're making yourself look like a fool. It doesn't make sense. Dr. Justice has done nothing but screw up, and they still credit her after all of this. And take a right hook. Is it because of the quips? Should I do more quips? And now, look at you. Petty. Jealous. This is not the man you trained to be. You're supposed to be professional, stoic, and extremely competent. For shame. I need to get back out there and... No, I don't need to give a kick! Good. Out of the system. I'm glad.
Yeah. There was something I wanted to... There was a joke I wanted to talk about in one of these videos, or there was something I wanted to talk about. Damn it! I need to start writing stuff down. Yeah, I don't know. We'll go back to the male-female character stuff. So Jack of all trade, you know, he has big hands, but if I wanted, if I was a cis woman and I could probably get away with making him a woman. This video is just me talking. It's not like, you know, it's not a character. This video is a green frog person, so yeah, that could go either way. Pokemon Black, you can choose to play as a boy or a girl, so I could have chosen to play as a girl. Buckwheat Grayson would probably have to be a man. this game, this is called Hard Time. You character customization could be a woman. Batman would probably have to be a man. This video is just me talking. Everyone, sorry, not everyone, but the main character in this video is, you never see them. And when you see them in cutscenes, the whole body's covered. Could easily be a woman, if I chose to. Portal has to be a woman, because I'm doing the joke where, like, talking to myself. Worst speech of all time, never see the character. No robots, probably has to be a man. Never see the character. Is a woman, and kind of has to be. Unprincipled assassin has to be a man. Invention of possession has to be a man. Buckwheat again. Batman again. But yeah, anyway, there's like a good split between... like, I think if I wrote the exact same videos, it wouldn't be a problem if I was a cis woman and had to do the voices of characters. I think basically what I do right now for female characters, I would do that for male characters. And it wouldn't be, like, more difficult, it would just be, like, the same. And I'd have the benefit of, you know, this is something cis women are very lucky about, is they can voice act children convincingly, right? You get to voice act adult women and children of any kind. I only get to voice act adult men, and then I have to do like a half okay job for other people. It's less cool. Titanfall 2, the main character is a man. He is, but I'm saying it's all first person and you never see him. Yeah. Severely underrated is Abbott and Costello Jackbox Party Pack. Yeah, this was... I made a community post about this video like a month before I made it. I wrote... like, I think it was just like, God damn it, I just wrote a 3-minute joke. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Because... So I wrote this joke for Pokemon Black Permadeath. It was going to be 2 Team Plasma Grunts. But I was like, it's 3 minutes long. I can't just interrupt a video for 3 minutes and have this joke. But it's funny. Like, I have to use this joke somehow. But, like, how am I going to use it? Like, I think the only way to do it realistically was to have it be a standalone video. But it was like, oh, God damn it, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? It was funny. Luckily, I made that in the same month I was making the 50-minute Pokemon Black Permadeath episode, when I realized, like, oh man, this is huge by accident. Let me look at my well of short video ideas to draw from. By the way, I think, going back to what my favorite video could be, I think there is a chance that my favorite video is a video that I'm, like, I haven't made yet, but I already have the idea and the jokes, and I know what game it's going to be. And I have, like, it, like, I have, like, 6 jokes written for it, and I'm like, this is bloody brilliant. I don't know if that counts, because I haven't made it yet. But I've made enough of it yet. Sorry, but I've made enough of it that I know I'm going to like it. It's going to be really good. Something I'll talk about quickly, briefly, and again, any topics, if you want me to talk about, just throw them in the chat and I'll circle around to them even if I don't say them immediately, is secret videos. This is actually something that Stir also did. I have a few secret videos on my channel. They're unlisted, the links are accessible, but you have to, like, find them. I don't really make them anymore, because no one has ever found one of them. Ever. No one has ever seen one of my secret videos. So here is Spoil the Child, which is Spare the Rod secret video. We won't watch the whole thing because it's 5 minutes. I'll probably, after I show you a couple of secret videos, I'll probably just tell you how to find them. You can go see them if you want. It's basically a collection of things that I thought were funny but didn't fit with the video or weren't funny enough for the video. For example, if you've seen my really old video, I'm Mortal Redneck, on the game Immortal Redneck, it has a secret video because one of the characters, Antamut, I wrote like some funny dialogue between them, but it was kind of out of character for him, so it didn't go in the video, but I was like, this is funny, I still want to put this somewhere accessible, so I put it in a secret video. Will you know what the video I'm talking about is when it comes out? Probably not, unless I give you hints. I'll give you this one hint. It's just one word. It's no hint at all, but it's just, if you come back to this live stream after seeing the video, you'll be like, that's what it was. Here's the one word. Deader. That's it. Dio, you say you wish YouTube didn't take that feature that let you click on things out the screen to find secret stuff? Yeah. Because that's how Stir used to do it, to talk about him again briefly. I know I've been talking about him a bit here, but again, he's, you know, he's relevant, I think. He used to just, like, hide things on screen that, like, for example, he had a video that was basically Dread Out, a Halloween spook's tale. And there was, like, a burger that appeared on screen. If you clicked it, it took you to the secret video. That's gone now. The way these secret videos are hidden in a way less fun way, unfortunately, because YouTube doesn't have that anymore. But, yeah, anyway, they're a collection of things I thought were funny, little outtakes, little things that happened while I was getting footage that didn't make it in the video, little things I made to just entertain myself while I was, like, deep in the weeds of, like, a 16-hour editing session, and I just wanted to do something stupid for a second to, like, cheer myself up. Not cheer myself up, I was happy, but, you know, like, kind of clear my mind, I guess. So, you know. So it's just like that, and then it's like... Oh, okay.
Did you think I'd fight you, Corbin?
That goes on for a little bit. Things like this. I'll play this clip. Again, I'm not going to do the whole 5 minutes, but... It's just dumb stuff. Sneaking around. Oh, epic. This is great. Yeah, just dumb stuff like that. Oh, also, this is, I guess spoilers for the end of Spare the Rod. But this is actually what happened. It cuts out of the video, but... Yeah, anyway, so I had a couple secret videos like this. Dio, you say you never play Dishonored, and Adrenaline, you say... Am I saying that right, by the way? Adrenaline? You say you have to play Dishonored. Dishonored is awesome. So I massively, massively recommend it, seriously. It is an absolute blast. Dishonored 2 is amazing. I loved both of these games a ton. Seriously, a ton. So I made secret videos for... Let me just have a look real quick. I made secret videos for Monster Hunter, Immortal Redneck. Sorry, give me a sec. Just navigating this is just a bit tricky. Buckwheat Race and Misdemeanors and Acquittals. Spare the Rod. And then I have one made for the Birthday Massacre, but I never uploaded it because that was at the point where I was like, dude, no one has ever found a secret video, so I just didn't upload it. But I like have it. I didn't render it either. I just have it like sitting in a Premiere folder waiting to be rendered. I made one for Private Crime Fighter, but it's again I was like, this isn't worth it. You know, not this isn't worth it. It's just like there's no one's ever found one. It's fine. It'll just be like it'll be super secret. It'll be so secret it's inaccessible. But then this clip, I'll play this video quickly. This is the little 16-second video I uploaded.
That was actually my last batarang. Could you throw it back?
That was from the Private Crime Fighter secret video, and I was like, that's funny enough. I'll just upload it on its own, publicly. Yeah, and then I think that was my last secret video. I think I made one as well for Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America, but I didn't upload it. Again, same as Birthday Massacre. I just, made it. Yeah. So the way they are, iCards on YouTube? Basically, I have the videos that have a secret video, an iCard links to the secret video on like the last frame of the video. So you like can't click it, and the only way to click it is if you click the iCard yourself at any point, like when you've opened the video, and then you can click the link to get to the secret video. So like basically what I'm saying is the iCard is there for you to find when you click on it, but it won't pop up in the top right for you to see and click it. It's just there. You have to go get it. So that's how you get the secret videos. You pronounce your name as Adro Leon, but it's a made-up name. Nah, I'll pronounce it Adro Leon. It's your name. I'm going to pronounce your name the way your name's pronounced, mate. Seems like a Markiplier outro. What, like the... Oh, what is Markiplier's outro? It's like... Oh my god, what is it? How's it go? It's like... I know what you mean. It's like the same, like, kind of bouncy... This song is Trainwreck... this song is Trainwreck of Electro Swing from A Hat in Time, by the way. A Hat in Time's soundtrack is like the hero of Chimney videos. I use A Hat in Time songs so often in so many of my videos. If you go to the descriptions, you'll see. A Hat in Time is credited for the music more often than any other song. What is Markiplier's? Oh, what the hell? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look up Markiplier's. I'm gonna play this on my other monitor, and then we'll press play on this video, and we'll mute it, and we'll see how it syncs up. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, you got me. That's Markiplier outro music. Alright. Yeah, you got me. You got me. Well spotted. Yeah, so that's secret videos, off the list. The worst speech of all time. It was something about this video that I wanted to say. What was it? Damn it. There was seriously... what was it? I touched on it briefly that no robots. Mega Man Legends wasn't originally going to be in Not So July. For the sake of people who might be coming to this VOD later and might not know what was happening at the time, basically I made Portal, and then I made this video, which is on Terminator game, and the Terminators don't show up a whole lot, but and then I wanted to make a Titanfall 2 video, and that was on the list of Not So July videos to make. And I thought, oh, hang on, if I get another game that involves robots in some way, Not So July can be like robot themed. And so I asked for recommendations. Someone recommended, I think, Mega Man Maker. And I did this instead, because I think Mega Man Maker, I don't know, I assume it's like Mario Maker. It would be difficult to get like a narrative out of that. It would be possible, but, I'd rather make it easy on myself, especially in something like Not So July where I have a week. So I made this. I think, who was it? I think it was it Joshua something who, hold on, I want to get that person's name, because they deserve credit for this. Oh, you know what? We can find out, because we can watch the, I don't need to scroll. We can watch the post Not So July video.
Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. Hello, candle makers. Not So July is over. It's finished, and it was a success.
Oh, Timothy Wilcox, that's who it is. Not Joshua. Joshua is someone else. Yeah.
For giving me Mega Man.
Mega Man games usually have a very simple narrative that don't have many cutscenes. There are a couple with cutscenes. Yeah, I know, like, the original Mega Man games, that there were, like, 11 of or something. It's mostly just, like, running to the right and boss fights. And they're fun, but it's not, like, cutscenes and stuff. Mega Man X has, like, a few. Again, Mega Man X is the only other Mega Man game I played, and I played it when I was younger. I played, like, an iOS remaster. On Mega Man Legends, you sound like sort of Mega Man fan, Adra Leon. Is Mega Man Legends series and, the sequel, are they the only 3D Mega Man games, or are there more? In the meantime, while you're answering that.
I've never played a
Talk about Pokemon Black Permadeath. I love this series a lot. A lot. This is what I was talking about before as well, with, like, generally things just build on each other. Like, Pokemon Black Permadeath is a really good example of this, because it's a series, so the buildings get built real high, But in the pilot, I was like, oh, here is what's actually happening in the game, is this is the main villain, leader of the bad organization, giving an evil speech. And I was like, well, what can I do here? I don't know, what if he's not a villain doing an evil speech? What if he's a comedian doing stand-up comedy for a charity fundraiser? And this isn't an evil organization, it's a charity that he runs. That was purely because he's on a stage giving a speech to a crowd. And now he's a comedian and they're a charity for the rest of the series. And Bianca says, like, a joke about, like, Pokemon organ harvesting, and now that's, like, a big plot point for the rest of the series. It's just, things really build on each other. And you can really see that well here. Also, you can see how well the animation improves. So some messages have come through. I'm going to quickly look at this and then I'll check back. You're glad you decided to check the Gen 5 subreddit one day to find one of the clips there to check it out? Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you did too. I appreciate that you did. And I appreciate that you followed through and then stuck around. So Mega Man X7 and then not very many other 3D games. Okay, so probably if I make a Mega Man Legends 2 video, it's probably going to be the only other Mega Man video I make.
But yeah, you can see how the animation improved here. This is another... the same thing happened in Darkest Dungeon. And this is, again, what I was talking about before of, like, I don't like to just do the same thing over and over, you know? In big ways and in small ways, you know? I'm making a new Darkest Dungeon episode. Let me make... You know, sometimes the characters will wobble when they walk. Sometimes they'll slide. Just, that's a little thing, not really all that important. And then sometimes it's big things, like, okay, well, let me, you know... Well, you'll see. Basically, I don't just, like, stagnate in one place and stay still. I don't just, like... I have an animation system that works. I'll never improve on it. I feel like every single video, I introduce something new to it that makes it better. So here, I had the...
You have one... I mean what it said
moving eyes, and I had the different mouths for motions.
to me during the battle. Grunting? No. Oh, sorry. Oh, I should have mentioned.
And kind of sliding side to side. Then episode 2.
This is
I had... If I can find... Oh yeah, I had like a phone call happen. He calls his mum. Or his mum calls him. Now the mouths...
I looked, but no.
Open and
Eventually,
close
I just
with
had
the
to
talking.
drain
Instead of just showing the emotion, they're opening
the
and
water
closing.
from his old ones. Thank golly for Pokemon.
And they rotate as well as sliding. And it like goes on, and I have more improvements I've been waiting to do when I make episode 6. It's going to take a while, though, because there's a lot to do. I think some of the improvements I have in mind right now won't be implemented in episode 6, because it's like it will take me so long to make some of them work. Like, it's good to do it incrementally, basically. The later Mega Man games, 7 and 8, more specifically, they do have cutscenes, but not enough to make a video. Maybe if you use the first 3 in one video, yeah. You wish YouTube gave you the notifications for my videos more often, because it happened once that you missed like 2 episodes of the series, I think. Ah, well, it must have been a nice surprise, though, when, like, suddenly two episodes appeared. Do you, I mean, I feel like a bit of a sleazeball asking this, but do you have, like, notifications turned on? You don't need to. It's cool if you don't. But if it's specifically a problem you're running into, maybe, like, is it that you have them on and they're not working? Or is it that you don't have them on? Anyway, like, yeah, you know, just compare that animation you were just looking at to, like, what's happening. You know, it is so much more, there's so much more life and movement in there. And I love all the custom visuals. I love the custom hat. You know, I love it. There's some specific things I want to talk about in Pokemon Black Permaneth, but first I want to... I feel like they're a good thing to end on, so I want to say all the other stuff about Pokemon Black Permaneth first. And I feel like there was something I was just about to say. You love it when the channels you specifically turned the bell on for rarely show notifications, then they don't show up, but random channels you subbed to 5 years ago show up every 10 minutes. I don't really... again, I have, like, 0 free time. I do watch YouTube, but not a ton. So I haven't, like, experienced that. I would be pretty angry if I was subscribed to Chimney and not getting notified of his videos. There would be rioting. There was something I was going to say. Before I get to, like, the big Pokemon things that I want to say. I'm not sure. It'll probably come to me later. I think the best way to do this is to just jump all over the place and say things as they come to mind. So, Pokemon Black Permaneth, I love it a ton. I just want to preface with that. I bloody love making it. I love writing it. It's really hard to write. It's actually a really difficult series to write because it's much more prescriptive. And also the fact it's an actual series
I have to be careful, right? If it was a one-off video, I could be like, oh, and Bianca is a demon as like a joke. I'll do that as a joke. She like, you walk in and her skin is red and her eyes are black. But because it's a series, it's like, well, no, if I do that, that's going to then also still be the case for multiple episodes. Like I have to think ahead more than with normal videos. And then on top of that, the scenes are a lot more prescriptive. Also, here's just another example of like, I don't just do one style of animation. I like to have things feel different to watch and to make. I don't want you to just like know exactly what's going to happen. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Okay, let me write it down. Good. I'll finish what I was saying, and then I'll come back to that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I love Pokemon Black Permadeath. I think it's really good. I love making it. It's really hard though. Part of it is because it's prescriptive. So like this scene, it's either don't include this scene or Aiden and Sharon are talking to Juniper. Right? It's like there's a lot less kind of messing around. Whereas something like Unprincipled Assassin, for example, just to use an example that's on my mind because it's sort of recent. This entire conversation, this scene, I think it's like more than a minute. This character leans against this tree because right here there's a door that you're supposed to lockpick for the tutorial. And this character literally just leans against the tree, you pick the door, you go through. But I'm like, oh, okay, you're going to stay leaning on that chair. Let me get a bunch of camera angles at you. Let me move the mouse and like talking to you and turn it into a scene. And it's much harder to do that in Pokemon Black Permadeath because there's less incidental visuals, right? Almost all of the scenes kind of like matter. So it's not like, oh, I'll cut out this scene and this scene that didn't actually matter, I'll turn it into a scene that did matter. It's harder to do that. You think all the character jokes I set up so far aren't going to cause issues later on? They definitely aren't. And that's why it's harder to write, is because I make sure they aren't. I have extensive notes. Like you would be lost. I'm a little lost. Every episode, I need to like resort them because I've written like 2,000 more words. Not that that's too many, but a lot more words. Probably 2,000 more words if they weren't in shorthand, you know, but they are in shorthand. I have my plans are extensive and precise and well spelled out. So it's not going to cause any problems because I know exactly everything I've set up. I know what the payoff will be, basically. But that's why it's hard to make them. It's long to make them. And unfortunately, when it comes to views, these videos are kind of a write-off. I'm going to keep making them because I love making them. And as I said before, I don't make videos just for the people who will see them day 1 or day 10. I also make them for the people who will... People still find my channel today and go back and watch the entire Darkest Dungeon series, right? And when I was making it for them as well. I am making these videos for a bunch of people who don't even know that I exist yet. So I don't really mind that the views are lower, but also at the same time, I think it is a good idea to if I could upload a video that I love making that is really funny, like Hunted Crime Fighter, or I could upload a video that I really like making that is really funny, like Pokemon Black Permadeath Episode 6, and one of them is going to do way better numbers-wise, at this stage where, I'm still in growth, right? Again, a large part of who I make the videos for is people who don't know I exist yet, right? I'm also making it for the people who are here, just as equally, but... You know, if I had 200,000 subscribers, for example, random number, I could make videos exclusively for the people who are already here. But right now I'm also making for the videos for the people who aren't here yet.
And so it feels kind of, in some ways, a little irresponsible to make a video like Pokemon Black Permadeath that isn't going to bring in new people. But I'm still going to make it because I love it and because people also really like it. Pokemon Black Permadeath, just like to counter all of that doom and gloom I was just talking, has the highest view to like ratio of anything on my channel by far. Let me just read you this real quick, okay? Episode 5B, 167 views, 33 likes. I'm pretty sure, let me just double check this real quick. Yeah, more than, only slightly more than, but more than 1 in every 5 person who clicked on the video also hit the like button. That is crazy. That is unheard of, okay? Put it into context. Unprincipled Assassin has like 4 times the views and only a couple more likes. Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America has 1 more like and like 8 times the views. So I love Pokemon Black Permadeath, and the people who click on it really seem to like it too. So, you know, my perspective is not, oh, it's getting low numbers, I'm not going to make it. I want to make that really bloody clear. I love making it. I'm going to keep making it. It just might have more delays between it since I am in this stage where I'm like trying to grow the channel. One thing I'm going to try. Also, another thing, I'll just quickly give you this context on my mentality as well. I don't put a ton of values onto views, because it's not like a super relevant metric in terms of how good of a job you're doing. Views are kind of a metric of... It's a metric of how many people had the opportunity to click on your video, and then how many of those people did click on your video. In other words, how many times was your video recommended or advertised or available to them, and then how clickable was it to draw their attention. If I uploaded the greatest video in the world, or take me out of it because I don't want to make it sound ego. If someone uploaded the funniest video in the world and it's amazing and it's hilarious and it's fantastic, it's the best video, a better one could not be made, and it got 0 views, that doesn't mean it's any worse. That just means people didn't have the opportunity to click on it, or they did, but they didn't click on it. In other words, I think these videos are good. People seem to think these videos are good, so it's not just me being like an ego guy of like, oh, it's great. Low views only means some combination of low opportunity for people to click and low reason for people to click when given the opportunity. I think part of that is the title and thumbnails make it look like a Let's Play. You know, My Hat is Causing Problems, Pokemon Black Permadeath, Episode 4. If you don't click on that video, you just see the title and thumbnail, you probably think it's like, hey guys, welcome back to unedited live commentary. This is 30 minutes of, like, cut out from my live stream where I played Pokemon Black. And, you know, that's not good. So something I'm actually considering is, in 2024, renaming the series Pokemon Black Abridged. I like Pokemon Black Permadeath better. Right now, in my notes, the shorthand for it is PBP. I love PBP. PBA isn't as good. But I think Pokemon Black Abridged makes it more obvious for someone who just gets randomly recommended it. Makes it more obvious what it actually is. And I'm not like a marketing guy. I don't even like thinking about marketing stuff. I kind of want to be like in pure entertainment, you know? But it is something I have to consider, unfortunately. And that's such a minor change. I think it's probably what I'm going to do. And I think something I might also do is, like, in January or February, upload, like, a little, best of Pokemon Black Abridged! And just, like, play some funny clips.
partially to be like, hey, here's some funny moments, it's a funny little thing, but then also to be like, hey guys, this series has animations and characters talking to each other. It's not just me playing Pokemon with live commentary, like cut out of a stream, unedited, uncut. Like, it's characters talking and being funny. Look, please. Understand. Yeah. Why don't I mix them up? Pokemon Black Permadeath Abridged. I think that might be too long. I think that might be... because titles cut off after, I think, 50 characters and turn into just a ... So I think right now it cuts off like right after permadeath on most titles. So I think it would only be able to be abridged. So yeah, I'm thinking I'll advertise it, and if that doesn't work, I'm not thinking I'll advertise it. I'm thinking I'll change the name to be abridged so that it's more obvious what the series actually is. Because again, I think in general, and again, this is a bit of an ego thing to say maybe, but you know, I have a positive opinion of my videos, okay? I think they're good, alright? So that's okay. If that's ego, then I guess ego. But I think in general, people who click on my videos like them. Not all of them, definitely not all of them. But I think in general, if like 100 people click on my videos, most of them will like them. And so I'd kind of just need to get more people to click on them. But also, yeah, again, if it doesn't work, right? If I rename it Pokemon Black Abridged and I try all this stuff and it's still not getting many views, I am still going to do the series all the way to the end with the same amount of effort each episode as if it was getting like 60,000 an episode. Like, I'm not gonna like, oh, okay, let me just rush to finish this then, or let me stop the series. I'm going to finish it either way. The only difference is how long between episodes, you know, and how much I can justify working on it like 2 months in a row, for example. But I love the series. I want it to be on the channel forever. I want people to be able to go back and look at it forever. I really like it. But yeah. I also think in general, I don't know, maybe this is naivety. I am kind of the opinion that if you do something well for long enough, I think it'll end up working. And again, maybe that's naive. Maybe that's like, oh, this guy's talking about that American dream. No, that's not what I mean. But because sometimes doing it for long enough is not feasible, right? Sometimes doing it for long enough would require like, dude, I gotta pay rent, right? So it's not always just feasible, but I think in general, if you just make good stuff for long enough, it will work eventually. And then it's just a matter of, can you do it for long enough for it to work? Both because of how resilient you are and because of how, you know, how much you're able to just dump time into it instead of other things, and like how much that's accessible in your life. Anyway. Why did I turn into German for one sentence? Did I? What did I do? Again, Stir and Germa have had, like, all of my formative years. Those two guys, I was watching their YouTube videos and I was re-watching their YouTube videos. I don't think there's a single video on their channel I haven't watched 3 times. And the median would probably be, like, 11, you know? Like, some of the old stuff I would have not watched that many times, but I bloody grew up on those guys. So they had a huge impact on my sense of humor and the way I look at things, and I guess probably speaking habits. In the American Dream sentence, I sounded like him? Oh. Well, there you go. Yeah. What did you guys think of the Leech video? Have you seen it, or has it not been up long enough? Did you kind of, like, in your time zone, just wake up and the stream was happening and you jumped in? But on my point, there are so many old videos that just randomly blow up out of nowhere. Exactly, yeah. So I think it's a bad idea to, like, lament, oh, this video isn't doing well. Because, again, you're never, ever going to see a video's final view count. It'll never happen. So it's, like, you know, I'm making these videos so that there are good, funny videos on my channel, and if someone finds it 3 years from now, they can scroll back and see it. And I love when that happens as well. That's my favorite thing, is, you know, I can see my YouTube analytics and, like, when videos get views. Every now and then, I'll see, like, Darkest Dungeon Chapter 1 gets a view, and half an hour later, Darkest Dungeon Chapter 2, and half an hour later, Chapter 3. And it's like, oh, someone's watching the series right now, and it just brings me such a joy. Sometimes I'll get comments on old videos from people. Just being like, oh, it's my favorite thing. Because it kind of confirms my view on it all, you know, which is nice. Because it's all good in theory to be like, this is just here and people can come and see it forever. But it's really nice to have it actually happen. In general, people are really awesome. People are really nice. I've had nothing but good interactions with this community so far. Calling it a community is a bit... it feels weird for me, but like, I don't... Give me a synonym, right? What else can I call it but a community? In regards to the Leeches video, D-O... Am I saying that right? Is it do or D-O? You say, I love it. You decided to watch it today, actually. Thought you might have to see the Leech video's sequel, but not the original. I might have seen the Leech video's sequel. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about this original video from 2021? As I mentioned in the video, if I want to mention
What's up, candle makers? This is Inquisitive Chimney. Leeches are a...
Also, that's what my voice sounds like when I haven't been awake for, like, way too long. So, sorry about that. Pretend I sound like that. That's my normal... Hang on, I'm gonna get into it right now. What's up, candle makers? This is Inquisitive Chim... No, I can't. I'm dead.
Bizarre animal. A long time ago, before any of you could possibly remember, I made a short little video asking some questions.
Yeah, if you're talking about this video being the original, as I said, it's before anyone could possibly remember. That was... I think this video has 20 views, and I don't think a single one of them is from someone I don't know personally. So, and I think most of them are, like, from a handful of people I know personally who watched it a few times. I don't think any, like, in quotes, real people saw this video. So no one has seen it. I can find it. If you want, I'll get it up right now. Again, I have my hard drive of all videos plugged in. It's pretty much just what you'd expect. It's just me reading out the questions that I went on to answer. When did this video happen? Here it is. Video 34. So look, this is video 132. 34.
Latches onto another leech. What happens if a leech latches onto another leech? What happens if 3 leeches latch onto each other in a triangle? Can leeches see? Do they have eyes? How do they know when something's nearby? Do leeches have ears? Do leeches have lungs? Can you drown a leech? Could a leech survive the vacuum of space, given it had enough heat to not freeze?
Yeah, it's literally just, I pulled the questions verbatim. I did not change them at all. Because
What's up, candle makers? This is...
First of all, I thought it was kind of funny, but second of all, I thought it was, like, good to be faithful to that. So, like, that's why some of the questions are, like, would a leech be able to survive on custard if it came down to it? If an animal ate a leech but didn't kill it, what would go down inside that animal? It's verbatim what was in that original video 34 months ago. Originally, you wanted your name to sound like the letters D and O, but you find it way funny when people call you Dio, so you're fine with that? Right. You hate seeing leeches, not because they gross you out, but because they remind you of the grinding you had to do in Blighttown in Dark Souls. I've never actually played a From Software game. Again, I've like... Sometimes, I feel like I don't exist. Because it's like... Oh yeah, no, I have no idea who that famous singer is. I've never played those famous games. I haven't seen that famous show. It's like, what do I do? Why do I have no free time? Why have I, like, not done anything? These videos are actually legitimately an opportunity for me to... Again, I've never played either Dishonored game. I've never played... Some of these games I have played, both Portals I played like 10 years ago, in like 2013. What else have I actually played? Halo. I've played Halo. I've beaten almost all of those games on Legendary. That's kind of it, to be honest. Let me have a look here. Let me go through all my videos real quick and just like say, okay, Darkest Dungeon I played before making a video on. Immortal Redneck I didn't. Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments I didn't. Dishonored 2 I didn't. Republic Commando I didn't. Darkwood I didn't. Dishonored I didn't. Passpad Out I didn't. Pokemon Black I didn't. Hard Time I didn't. Arkham Asylum I didn't. ODST I did. Portal I did. Terminator Resistance I didn't. Mega Man Legends I didn't. Titanfall 2 I didn't. Portal 2 I did. Thief 2014 I didn't. Kingdom Come Deliverance I didn't. Sherlock Holmes The Devil's Daughter I didn't. Arkham Origins I didn't. Yeah, so almost all of these games... Also, I think I skipped a few, like Monster Hunter I didn't. Dishonored 2 I didn't. Most of these games I am playing for the first time to make these videos. And it's like... It's just kind of like proving that I existed, right? This stream, proving a year happened, right? Let's prove that a year happened. Let's go through all these videos. You feel the same sometimes? You feel like a stranger on most topics that aren't music? Yeah, it's just like... I never have time for anything. I'm always so busy, but I don't know why. But I'm happy. I like this. It's been a very fun year. I've been having a lot of fun. We can look at the survey results real quick. I closed it. Or actually, I haven't closed responses. I just closed the video. Yeah, but yeah, no new responses have come in. Let me hide this. Reveal this. Yeah, can you see that? Yes, you can. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, got it. So, again, kind of future-proofing this. I did a Chimney 2023 community poll. Anyone watching the VOD who has no idea what this is, I'll just scroll through quickly. You can pause if you want, and you can just see what the questions were. I think I might do this every year. I think it might be fun. I think I'll also like add in new questions that are like maybe a bit more like fun questions. Right now, I just needed these answers because honestly, what I said in the video, completely true. My YouTube demographic statistics are just Spider-Man's demographic statistics because you can look at it in individual videos, audience statistics, and you can look at your whole channel's audience statistics, but you can't look at your whole channel minus a video's audience statistics. And so, Spider-Man in Chat is not only my most popular video, it also every single day gets more views than any other video. It's still getting like 2,000 views a day, and other videos are getting like 5, you know? So, it's like, until the end of time, my audience statistics are just Spider-Man's statistics. And so, this is like the only way I can find out anything. But I think it is nice. This question I threw in last second. It's basically just I saw you can answer paragraph instead of multiple choice or tick boxes. And I was like, oh, that's fun. I'll just let them type something. This was like a sleeper hit. I don't know if I'm using that term correctly. This was like really... This was the best part of the survey, actually. I got some really cool little things. And something I really don't look forward to is an eventual future where I won't be able to read every comment on my videos anymore. I think that'll suck, because right now I can. But Spider-Man in chat, I've read every comment on it, but even as I was getting it, I was like, I would not be able to do this if every video I uploaded was like this, right? I'm able to do this because this is like special. If every video got this many comments, this is too much of an investment. I almost can't do it for just this one video. So that's something I really don't look forward to, is when I can't read all the comments on my videos. Because my favorite part of this is interacting with the people who watch it and like hearing what they like. And I think this could be a kind of nice way to get around that, right? If every year at the end I do a little community poll and there's a section where it's like, hey, type anything you want, I'll read it. And I will go through and read all of these. Even if I can't read every comment on every video. You know, that could be a fun little thing to do. Markiplier said that once and cried, someone said. What did he say? Was he okay? I hope he was alright. Did you guys catch the, before we actually go through the responses on this, did you guys catch the Markiplier joke in my Halloween special this year? Oh, also, this is something else. Last reference to Stir for this stream. My Halloween videos, there are only 2 so far. There's the Great Darkwood prank last year and the Invention of Possession this year. They open in this, like, conference room. That's because my favorite Stir video ever, which is the aforementioned, basically dread out a Halloween Spook's Tale. I think he's since changed the title to just Halloween Spook's Tale, maybe? Because Stir goes back, like, years later and unlists videos and changes titles. He tinkers around. Anyway, that video opens in, like, a office cubicle. And when I was making the Great Darkwood prank and doing the introduction where I talk as me before going into the video, I was like, what the hell am I going to do for the visuals here? Oh, what if I do, like, an office meeting room as kind of like a subtle, just for myself reference to my favorite Stir video, the Halloween special where he opened in a office cubicle. So, yeah. The Markiplier joke is here. So, what you need to know, I possessed a priest. His name is Mark. And Lord Freddie Pemberton is a nearby lord who is sending 5 of his best and most noble knights to visit our town. And as the priest, I need to greet them.
The most noble knights to the town for its monthly mass. This is the only rare time off they get. The townspeople love them. I'm the priest. I give the mass.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, Father?
Yeah. Hello everybody, my name is Mark the Priest, and welcome back to the 5 Nights from Freddy's Castle.
Thank you, Father.
So that's just a little... That's mainly because me and my friend... Mostly me, but I do it to my friend. Joke about Markiplier. Specifically his intro all the time. And like, hello everybody. But like, I'll just go, oh, hello everybody. It's I won't be able to explain why it's funny to you, but that's like a funny thing to me. And so I put in, hello everybody, my name is Mark the Priest, and welcome back to the 5 Nights from Freddy's Castle. Instead, yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, these responses, we'll go over them. I was pretty happy with how they turned out. So it's 16 responses. I predicted 11, so we overachieved. I felt like a gun for a few minutes, because we got 10 responses, and it like took a while to tick over from 9 to 10, and then there was a while after that. I was like, it's going to tick over one more, and I'm going to be right. My 11 prediction is going to be right. And then I went to sleep, and I woke up, and it was 16. So my prediction wasn't right, but we overachieved. It's good. Yeah, so favorite video, good spread. As I mentioned earlier, I like that there isn't a consensus on my favorite video. Because if everyone agreed, like, oh, this is your best video, it would kind of be like, uh-oh, have I made other good videos? So I really like that there's opinions about what the best video is. That's really cool to me. Good age range spread. Mostly adults, by far. Which I'm assuming people aren't lying, because it was anonymous, and I said, like, hey, if you don't want to say, you can just prefer not to say. You know, I really wanted people to not, like, lie, because I kind of wanted to get an actual gauge. I think it's pretty cool that it's, like, largely adults. Again, it's 16 responses, right? So it could just be misleading, especially since it's 16 responses from people who are also the type of people who would respond to a survey, right? So maybe it's like, oh, well, the personality type that really loves the invention of possession is also the same personality type that doesn't fill out a survey. And is, you know, so this isn't like conclusive audience statistics, it's just a little peek, but it's still cool. I like that it's mostly, you know, adult people, because I think that's cool. I think when I was like 11, I would love chimney videos. Like, just thinking about the videos I watched when I was 11, I would have loved these. But I'm glad it's mostly adults, because I feel like there are a lot of jokes that... That intro to what I was about to say makes it sound like I was saying it was inappropriate for kids. I don't think that's the case. I just think it would be missed, right? The fact that it's mostly adults means, hey, you guys probably, like, notice the kind of more subtle hidden jokes. That's cool, you know? I think, I don't think I'd be concerned if an 11-year-old was watching my videos or something. I don't think there's anything... Is there anything inappropriate in them? I don't think so. Maybe just, like, the mention of organ harvesting in Pokemon Black Permadeath, because I remember when I was like 12 or something, I heard about organ harvesting, and I was like, I'm never gonna get in like an Uber because I don't want to get my organs harvested. So that's maybe something that would be less appropriate. Good range of gender. I like that, because again, my Spider-Man statistics made it seem like it was like all male. I kind of feel like my videos can be enjoyed by everyone. I don't think they will be enjoyed by everyone, but I think if someone doesn't like one of my videos or doesn't think it's funny, it's like a personality thing, and it's not because, oh, well, you didn't enjoy it because of the country you live in, or because of your gender, or because of your age. I think it's like, oh no, you just didn't find it funny. But, like, you could have found it funny. It's just not your style of joke, right? But, like, it's not you didn't find it funny because, like, you're not in the target audience, if you know what I mean. You don't think a child would be in detriment watching my videos? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't, like, swear in them or anything. And, like, I don't think we go into any bad topics. Just because I don't like going into bad topics anyway. I think it's good. I don't know. I'd need to, like, look at my channel before I gave an official endorsement for, like, a young child to watch, because I'm not certain. I also like that when I got this response, that made me happy, just because it was, like, nice. I don't actually know particularly what. Maybe just because it's, like, I'm glad it's a place where someone who's non-binary can be like, I like these videos, and also I'm going to go to the survey and say this, and I feel comfortable. It's, like, nice. That's, like, a mission fulfillment thing. Holy crap, I'm the only South American that currently watches your videos, at least according to the survey. No, I have had some more confirmed. I have a couple confirmed from comments that just be like, greetings from country X. So I know that, same with Asia. There's no Asian answers here, but I know I have at least a couple of confirmed Asian viewers just from in the comments saying, you know, greetings from. I love greetings from comments, by the way. That's why I did the survey as well. I love humans.
Humans are the best thing in the world, in my opinion. And I love being reminded that you're all humans, you know? Like, I know you're all humans, but I love being reminded that, like, shout out from Brazil, shout out right back from Australia. I love being reminded that, like, you guys go and, like, do things with your day, you know? You go and, like, you live in a country, and you go to work, and you have, like, family and friends, and then you, like, every now and then, you click on a video I made and watch. It's awesome! I love, like, I love kind of refreshing my perspective of that. It's something I do a lot as well, where it's like, if I'm on a train into the city, I love looking out and being like, all of those people, like, this is a full traffic of cars, and they're all, like, going somewhere. And 4 hours from now, they're going to be somewhere else, doing something, having thoughts, interacting with people. And they've got, like, troubles right now, and they have hopes, and they heard a funny joke earlier, and they're all people. All of them are people. I love it. Humans are the best. I love humans so much. You guys are impressive. Dio says, you think the best thing in the world is vanilla ice cream? That is, it's close. It's between that and humans, for sure. Have you ever had vanilla ice cream with blueberries? It is amazing. If you just put blueberries in vanilla ice cream, do it. It's fantastic. All right, chimney recommendation. How'd you find the channel? Good spread, again. So 2 friend recommendations. I think that's cool, because, again, thinking about people as humans, it's awesome to think someone recommended, oh man, I like these videos, I'm gonna show my friend, and then that friend also liked the videos and then came and filled out the survey. Like, a whole series of events happened to lead to this, and it's I love it. It's so good. I love thinking about that stuff. Just if they've watched the series. This question, I never get an answer to this, because this is like my 3rd time trying to find out what time to upload videos. I tried to make it easy. So I've had a few locations confirmed, as I mentioned. Adria Leon, you say you recommended a video to a friend of yours. So thank you very much. I hope they liked it. And if they didn't, I hope they didn't make you feel bad for it. I've had a few locations confirmed, and I tried to fill in the time zones from all of the confirmed locations. So there's GMT is just standard, obviously. AEDT, that's my time zone. EST is American East Coast. I feel like that's kind of a pretty standard time zone as well. CET is Central European time, so that's like Spain, because I have confirmed in Spain. KST is Korea. ARG, Argentina. I've had viewers confirmed in Argentina. Turkey, TRT. IST is India. So I tried to make it easy for people. No, I'll never find out what time of day to upload videos. I think I'm just going to have to just keep doing it randomly. Because I don't upload videos often enough. If I made like daily videos, I could just try out a bunch of different times and figure it out myself. But doing 2 videos a month, I don't know. I'm never going to find out. Yeah, I tried to make it. It was really funny. So, again, and then just is English first language. I don't want to show too many of these because some of them were like really nice and personal. A bunch of really nice messages. I loved it a lot, but I just don't want to go through them on stream because I feel like some of them were, you know, not for general viewing. But so completely anonymous survey, but you can still see individual fill outs. So, for example, I can see that this person, I have no idea who they are, but they selected Hunted Crime Fighter as their favorite. They're 18 to 23. Like, I can link their answers to one person. I just don't know who that one person is. And there were a lot of, like, what continent are you from? North America. And then, like, I don't want to look up time zone conversions. It's like, yeah, it's there, you know? You just, if you're on the West Coast, I think you subtract 3 hours. If you're Central, you subtract 1 hour. You don't want to just, no? Okay, it's fine. I get it, though. I'm not actually bothered. I just think it's funny to pretend to be bothered. One answer I will show you. The very last response. He did like it? Oh, awesome. the very last response, I'm going to show you the written section from this, just because I feel like it's relevant. It's tragic, really. So thank you very much, whoever you are who liked Portal Artificial Humanity. And see, that's also what I mean with, like, everyone has a different favorite video. For me, I can't even imagine the first Portal video being someone's favorite. The second Portal video, I get it. I can't imagine the first one being someone's favorite. Just because I feel like, oh, what, it was like 7.5 minutes, it was made really quick. It was a lot of people's favorite. That's awesome. I love that there's kind of disagreement and different opinions, and like, yeah, I just love that. Because again, I would bloody hate it if everyone was like, yeah, the first Buckwheat Grayson video was your best. It's like, I've made a lot of videos since then. Did you like them? So yeah, having such a widespread is awesome to me. I seriously, I love that a lot. What else to go over? Something I wanted to do that I haven't, that I didn't get to do.
My name is Buckwheat.
I wanted every hour to say Happy New Year to that time zone, but this is 3 hours in now. I kept looking over and I would like missed it by 10 minutes. And so it was like, oh, well, like, but I was going to be like, oh, you know, my stream starts my time 3 a.m. It was, oh, 4 a.m. Happy New Year to this time zone. 5 a.m. Happy New Year to this time zone. 6 a.m. this time zone. But we missed it. We'll do that next year. If I didn't put the fair, you would have picked a different one. Nah, don't worry about it. It's, I didn't want, it was important to me. I mentioned it in the like announcement video of the poll as well. It takes 2 minutes to fill out. I didn't want it to actually be like a burden, or I wanted it to be really easy and just like something you can do in a second. I didn't want it to be like actually difficult. So anyone whose time zone wasn't listed right there and would have had to like look up, let me convert GMT to my time zone to figure. Nah, just yeah. I wanted it to be easy. What else is there to talk about? I have some notes. Let me just silently read through them real quick to see if there's anything I haven't talked about yet. Video talking. I talked about my favorites. I need to pick a favorite. Let me pick a favorite. And also just type check each video. I'll go through each video just to see if there's anything I want to add. We can't do the tier list's character rankings. Again, I mentioned at the start for people who weren't here, I wanted to power scale my characters. So be like, all right, Odd Butler, Bianca Berry, Buckwheat Grayson, who is the smartest character in a Chimney video? Who would win who is the, like, win in a fight, you know? We'll do that some other time. I went through Spare the Rod details. Oh, Buckwheat character details. I haven't talked about that at all. Yes, that's on there. Pokemon Black Abridged plans to talk about. 2024 plans. So I'm thinking in 2024, I wasn't sure originally. I think now I am. I'm going to try to do 2 videos a month again, like I did this year. January and February are going to be slower months because I have, again, like, my whole like goal is, okay, don't stop moving, but just every now and then you move much faster. I've been moving only much faster because I did Nutso July, then I made a 50-minute Pokemon episode, then I made Portal 2, then I made Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America, then I made Haunted Crime Fighter. Every month it was like, things just went crazy, you know? So, January is, I'm gonna like lean off the gas a bit. Hopefully like, take like 4 days at least to just like exist and just not do anything. And then I have all these notes I need to sort through because I've been too busy working on the videos to like organize and prepare like my files and folders and stuff. Yeah, January and February are probably going to be slower months. Sorry, I just wrote down another thing I want to talk about.
but I'm still going to try to make 2 videos a month. And also, if you have any recommendations, it doesn't have to be in the chat right now. If you think of it, just leave it on like a comment on a video or on a community post or on the VOD of this thing. If you have any recommendations for a game that is like 4 hours to beat, I would be very appreciative, because I need some things that... Again, I refuse to make a short video at the expense of the video's potential. I will always let videos fall into their natural duration. You know, I'll make them good, and then they're whatever length they are. Which means if I play a game and it has a ton of potential, it's going to just be a huge video. And so please give me some games with low potential. I'd be very thankful. Yeah. In February, there will be a Valentine's Day special. I'm going to be doing Valentine's Day specials and Halloween specials every year. Because I think both of those holidays are funny. That's a whole topic I could talk into, but I won't go into it now. But, the PS1 Spider-Man games, are they available on Steam or anything? Because or do I have to get, like, a PS1? Or I guess I could, like, use an emulator or something, maybe. Yeah, so the Valentine's Day specials and Halloween specials. I'll talk about why those holidays some other time. But, basically, I think they're funny. I think they're good. I think if I'm going to pick 2 holidays, those are the best. And they're also just non-exclusionary, you know? Like, if I do 2 special events a year. Easter and Christmas. It's like, a lot of people would be like, would feel alienated, even if I'm not specifically alienating them on purpose. I think, you know, Halloween and Valentine's Day are kind of just for everyone available. You want to recommend Deus Ex because it could work with the editing style, but it takes like 20 hours. Okay, I'll put it on the list to look at for eventually, but that's not going to happen early 2024 then, if that's huge. Yeah, and then the other thing is, I feel like Halloween and Valentine's Day also have the most potential for specials, for like holiday special videos. Like, how many Christmas videos can you make that feel different? You know, probably like 6, right? Oh, this one I'm an elf. This one I'm Father Christmas. This one I'm on the naughty list. This one I'm the Grinch. You know, you can make a few, but they're all kind of the same. Whereas Halloween is just something scary is happening, and Valentine's Day is something with love is happening. Like, a lot of my videos I could tweak slightly to make them Halloween specials or Valentine's Day specials. So that's why those 2 holidays. They're also spread out nicely. You know, I wouldn't want to do like Christmas and New Year's for my specials because it's like too close. So yeah, you're going to get a Valentine's Day special. You're going to get a Halloween special every year until I stop. It's in the InSim genre. ImSim. I'm not familiar with that. What's that? What's IM short for? IM Simulator? Like Dishonored, so it has some funny content possible. Spider-Man 2's PC version is really funny though. Really bad, but really funny. Okay, I'll look into these. I'll check them out. Yeah, so that's specials. I'll quickly just check through each video, see if I have any comments that immediately want to say. You were thinking Ace Attorney, it's long overall, but it's split to individual cases. Ace Attorney is actually on my list. It's another game I've never played, but I know, you know, Phoenix Wright, and he does objection, and he's in the law, and he defends people. But the one thing that I haven't looked into it fully yet, but isn't it kind of like a lot of static poses sort of thing? And it's like static poses and text boxes? Because those are, like, a cutscene I can kind of manipulate easily and there's a lot of movement. Static poses, unless I try to, like, animate it like Pokemon Black or something,
it could be tough. Assuming it's the same static poses. If it's a bunch of different static poses all the time, then that's something. But if it's like each character has 4 poses, then it's like, how much can I do with that, you know? Simulator or immersive simulator, games that just let the player play how they want. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's also good when games... my voice is so dead, I'm sorry about this. It's also good when games have, like, save whenever you want type of stuff, like Dishonored does, because it gives me... Like, so Arkham Asylum, I'm playing that game, I have to get all of the visuals that I'm going to get, like, first playthrough, right? Because if oh man, I want to go back and record something from the middle of the game, beat the first half of the game again, right? But something like Dishonored, I don't need to be so focused in gathering footage because I can just make a billion saves, which is what I did. So then I come back after I write the script and only record what I need, instead of recording everything I might need, you know. So I record a bunch of, let me talk to this character leaning on a tree. Let me stare in the mirror for a while. Let me throw punches at the mirror. Maybe I'll use this. And then half of it doesn't end up in the video. Yeah, it's good. Portal 2 is another example. And the first Portal game. Save whenever you want. Those are nice. Yeah, Ace Attorney is basically static poses and text box. I'll have a look, because, you know, actually, I'll write it down right now, because, even if it has low potential, right, if it's like, because, again, games, the purpose they serve is really just to cover the visual component of my videos, right? So a game is kind of judged based on how well it can do that, because, like, the script and the voice, I'll do that. So even if Ace Attorney has low potential in terms of the visuals it can provide, if it's a fun game, I'll enjoy playing it. And if it has low potential, it'll make for a short video, and that could be nice for January or February. So maybe I'll do that early 2024. That's going on the list. I wanted to check each video. We talked about Spare the Rod. Prince Frog and the ESS, I really like this video. I like the title a lot as well. One thing that bothered me, I noticed the day I uploaded it, but it was too late. I lost one of the E's here in committee. I have it here, but here, that's a problem. The Equitable Sovereign States Committee. Somewhat obscure game you'd like to see me do is Oni by Bungie. I will put it on the list to look at. Yeah, I like this video a lot. It was just a silly, fun... You know, this is one of those videos I was talking about that's just jokes. You know, Dishonored, Spare the Rod has a lot of story and character. This is just, let's be silly and funny. And again, I like doing both, you know? I like not doing the same thing every video. I like having... Sometimes the visuals are animated portraits. Sometimes they're me looking at characters. Sometimes they're... You know, I like messing around with it. Birthday Massacre, this was a good video. A good little middle buckwheat video as well. There's probably a lot I can say about it, but I just feel like I don't want to be rambling too long. Again, any specific things people want me to talk about, say it, because we're winding down now, so this is like the opportunity. I'm going to go through these videos and then see if I have anything that immediately springs to mind. Then we're going to do a couple last things, and then that'll probably be the stream. Crimimony was a lot of fun. Again, this is another just silly, dumb video. I think I was like making this video in like a short amount of time or something. There was some stipulation going on as I made it, but I really just like, a lot of my videos have this for me, where if you just explain the concept, it will be funny to me. I kind of call them conceptual jokes. It's a thing I really like, where it's like, a joke that you explain slowly and it doesn't make you laugh, but it makes you just as or more happy than a joke that did make you laugh. For me, I don't know if this applies to other people, but I really like it. For example, talking about I'll use this example. Actually, I won't pull up a different one. I'm in prison and I drink from the bottle and I get a genie so that I can wish to be out of prison. But then I waste all of my wishes and the genie says he'll give me more wishes, but first I have to fulfill his 3 demands. And then I'm doing 3 demands for the genie. It's funny to me. It doesn't make me laugh to explain it, but I think it makes me happier than some jokes that do make me laugh. Another example is like Dr. Justice, just the existence of Dr. Justice. This is one of the funniest things for me. I don't know why I find it so funny. Where is it? It's here. I think it's a mix of the way this officer says, "Oh, Dr. Justice," and like his nerd neck that he's got. You're gonna see.
Elevators. Up and down. Officer, do you know which way leads to the variable carrot?
Who are you?
Do you know which way leads to the variable carrot, officer?
Oh, Dr. Justice.
For some reason that just, oh, Dr. Justice, and like panning over.
Oh, Dr. Justice.
I find that so funny. I don't know why. It just gets, it's not even a joke. It's just, it amuses me greatly. Yeah, obviously this video was, you know, pretty huge. It brought a lot of people to the channel. I like it. It's a good video. It's a bit of a shame that the video that got like 550,000 views is not at all the style of videos I make. And again, I'm not going to change the videos I make just because it'll get higher numbers, because I'm not making the videos for the numbers, you know, as I mentioned a few times. You know, the numbers are nice because the numbers are people, but like, I'm not stressing over them. I'm not making them for numbers. So I'm not going to like start making comic videos or video essays exclusively because it would have gotten bigger views. But, you know, it's a shame that like Private Crime Fighter didn't get 500,000. But also there's, you know, to be fair, there's got that many. Bit tactical, you know, because it was, oh, the new Spider-Verse is coming out this month. Spider-Man 2 for the PS5. His trailer is, you know, coming out soon. Like, Spider-Man information is happening. And so it was timed a bit strategically, so. But yeah, I don't actually mind that it went big, because again, like, I don't think it had any negative effect on anything. I think it's a purely positive thing. It's just a little funny and, like, chimney moment that it happened. As I was making the Leeches video, I was thinking, like, it would be so funny if the Leeches video got, like, 600,000 views. And it's like, god damn it, every time. I thought that would be hilarious, but, I mean, in one day it hasn't reached there, so, I don't know. ODST, good little video. Not So July was a lot of fun. Again, I made it because I wanted to... First of all, I wanted to create a little event. Oh, you think it was Hamlin that asked why I made the video? I answered it earlier, but in case you missed it, it was just, basically, it was on my list of things I wanted to talk about. I have a lot more things on that list that I haven't done yet. And I'll tap into them every now and then. And basically, Private Crime Fighter took up a lot of time that month, so I wanted a video that I could make quickly. And I made this video in like 3 days. Yeah, so I have a lot of these. Like, the Leeches video is on there as well. Now it's off there. But I don't think I ever want to do like 2 in a row or something. I think I want it to be something I do sometimes rather than the thing I do, you know. Not So July, I did it to... The reason was I wanted to make... You know, I said before I intended them to be like, you know, 4 to 11 minutes long. it goes beyond just intending them to be. That was kind of the whole point of Nutso July, was let me make a bunch of videos in 1 week that are easy to make in 1 week so that I can, see what it's like to be uploading more frequently. Is that good? And then it was just like, oh no, these are just normal sized videos that I'm just making in 1 week instead. So it didn't end up working that way. We talked about this. We talked about the Not So July videos. I think we're coming to an end. I love Unprincipled Assassin. I love the main character's voice in this as well. This is another...
Assassination to you, again?
He's not even UOA. Where did this guy study?
What does it matter? He's got the good.
Hang on, there's one scene that really highlights his voice.
It only goes for $4 out, and bloody dug that. Maybe they only work for the original owner, and to everyone else, just a blue rock. So cheap as secondhand. Original... Brother, somebody dug that thing out of a cave, and somebody...
I love that voice. That's fun.
Brother, somebody dug that thing out of a cave.
That wasn't quite the voice, because my voice is a bit tired, and I was exaggerating it to make it even more fun, but you get it.
Brother.
This video was
Can
fun.
you guys do me a favor?
I like this. This is another one that's on that list of things to talk about. These paintings turned out surprisingly good as well. Let me draw with a mouse in this basic program for like 20 minutes. I was pretty happy with them. We didn't talk about Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America. I love Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America. I love this video so much. I also... Oh, there's so much to say about this. There's so much to say about this. Also, Adrian, you just added the chat video to what you're asking about why I made this video. You might have like a massive delay because yeah, that's I don't know. I love this video. There's so much to say about this, but it's been 4 hours and I need to sleep. Should I do like a second stream that's just talking about Buckwheat Grayson? Because I actually have a lot to talk about in terms of Buckwheat Grayson. Oh, damn. I might just do that. Yeah, I might just have to do it. Because seriously, I think I could go another hour talking about Buckwheat Grayson. Your internet crapped out for a sec, yeah, but no, nothing wrong with it. It's all good. Okay, here's the deal, right? As I mentioned, the last few months have been like packed because I kept trying to make a easier video and then it had a ton of potential and I refused to squander potential. So I used it. So sorry, I'm just reading what you said, Adrian. You said, let's schedule a stream for Buckwheat on the 4th of January because, you know, America. Yeah, I think you're thinking of the 4th of July. So, as I've said a few times this stream, I've had like a jam-packed few months. I really wanted to stream more Potionomics. If you didn't know, I did a stream of Potionomics a few months ago. It was before Pokemon Black Permanent episode 4. Which was a huge project and then led into Not So July, which then led into all of the massive other projects. And I've really wanted to stream Potionomics again. And I'm going to. But like during Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America, I was like, this will be a quicker video. I'll stream Potionomics twice while I make it. Oh, never mind. Hunted Crime Fighter. This will be an easier video. I'll stream Potionomics twice while I make it. Oh, never mind. So, sometime in January or February, I will try to do a Potionomics stream that, like, either the first half or the second half is talking about Buckwheat Grayson. Because I have written an actual character analysis on Buckwheat Grayson, as well as a few other characters, and some people might find it interesting. I wrote it because I didn't want to, if you're familiar with the term Flanderize, I didn't want to Flanderize him. That's a term
from Ned Flanders from The Simpsons. I haven't actually watched The Simpsons because, again, I don't actually exist. But basically, it refers to when a character over time becomes a caricature of themselves, and they like lose their traits and go from being a complex character to just their most memorable moments. And with something like Buckwheat Grayson, where, you know, I only think about him every like 6 months and bring him back, it would be really easy to only remember his most memorable traits and lose the nuance to his character. There is a lot of nuance to his character, by the way. I don't know if you picked it up from the videos. I could probably talk for twice the length I talked about Spare the Rod story details on Buckwheat character details. There's a lot, and I didn't want to lose them, so I wrote a character log on him. I've also written one on Batman, the Pokemon Black Permanent characters, just characters that come back after a while so that I can read them and refresh myself and make sure I don't turn them into caricatures of themselves. And I think that'll be interesting to go through, so we can do that in another stream. As well as going over these videos. Because something, you know, there's a lot to analyze in these videos as well. Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America specifically probably has as much nuance and like little story behind the jokes to it as Spare the Rod. Probably just as much, I would say. There's a lot of like subtle character details and little things that go on. Even just something like, you know, you might have been able to pick up the somewhat, I don't know, I don't want to say the word obvious, but the somewhat prevalent thing that Hominy Thompson is sort of a parallel to Buckwheat Grayson. Actually, you would have picked it up, because he's pretty much pointed out specifically at the end, right? Hominy Thompson's the second best in America, Buckwheat Grayson's the best in England, in London as well, but, you know, England broadly. Buckwheat Grayson used to frame innocent people. Hominy Thompson does frame innocent people. But there are, like, as much as they are similar, there are a lot of differences as well. Because Buckwheat Grayson tries really hard. And when he framed innocent people off camera before his first video, it's been mentioned in passing in all 3 videos up till now, he did it because he didn't understand what he was doing. He wasn't specifically planting evidence and sending someone to jail and bringing them in. He was just being like, I'm done with this case, I'm bored, I'm pointing a finger, it was that guy. And he's also gotten them all out of jail since then. Whereas Hominy Thompson, it's much more deliberate, it's much more malicious, it's much more, this will suit my purposes. So, as much as they are the same, and I've written a whole lot on this, just because I find it interesting, in the same way I find Spare the Rod interesting. There's a lot to it in this video, and I'll go over all of that. But again, we'll be here another hour, my voice is dead, I'm super tired. But even down to the fact, this is very intentional, that Hominy Thompson's introductory joke is this. A freeze frame. Because Media Player sucks.
Who the best private detective in America is? Perhaps. We were talking about that, so it's definitely possible. Who are you supposed to be? Buckwheat Grayson. And you are? My name is Hominy Thompson. I'm the second best private detective in the United States. Well, I hope you're ready to go down a spot, old chap, because I'm quite the private detective myself, and I'm here to stay. You're coming after second place. No, I'm going after first place. Well, then what's that got to do with me? It's when I take first place, whoever's in first place is going to be bumped down to second. It will have a trickle-down effect, you'll see. My name's not Juicy. I'm sorry. My name is Hominy Thompson. Yeah. Say it. What? Say my name is Hominy Thompson. My name is Hominy Thompson. No, you did it wrong. What? Your name is Buckwheat Grayson. Say it. Your name is Buckwheat Grayson? No, that's yours. I'm Hominy Thompson. I know. Then say it. Say what? Say my name is Hominy Thompson. I don't think that's such a good idea, Hominy.
Very intentional. That the first joke between these two characters, who Hominy is kind of like a mirror/foil to Buckwheat. Very intentional that the first introductory joke is, my name is Hominy Thompson? Your name is Buckwheat Grayson? No, that's yours. Very on purpose. So it starts out with all of their similarities, but then as it goes on, it highlights their core differences. And Buckwheat Grayson, I love Buckwheat Grayson, man. I'll talk about him for ages. It's nice that I take care to make sure the characters are written right. Thank you. I put a lot of time and thought into it. Probably too much, because they are just, you know, little YouTube videos. But I really care about them, and hopefully it actually makes a difference, right? Because there is every chance that it is just like yeah, the video's a bit better for it, but like not in any meaningful way. Like there's every chance. Hopefully it makes a difference, and it's not just that I like doing it more. But yeah, so I could talk about this right now, but we'll do it later. Okay, next Potionomics stream, hopefully sometime in January, I'll open it talking about Buckwheat Grayson and giving you the whole character analysis on him. The little details of what makes stuff better. I do agree with that as well. I think, you know, hiding a bunch of subtle jokes and having a bunch of subtle character traits and character development as well, like, I think it makes the videos rewatchable. And I think, personally, to me, rewatchability is the ultimate mark of quality. I think if something is really, really good, you can watch it over and over and over again and have fun every time. So, like, I kind of strive for that rewatchability. You know, this is sort of unrelated, but seeing me explain the videos with so much passion reminds you of you and your friends, reviewing your old videos you recorded with Skype and reminiscing of little details and jokes and laughing at old things and seeing the origins of inside jokes. Super fun. You think my channel is officially your favorite YouTube channel after today? Oh, thank you very much, Adrelian, sorry. That's really awesome of you. Thank you. That's really nice. I hope I don't let you down, because guys, like, prepare yourself. One day I'm gonna upload a video that sucks, right? I'm gonna think it's a great one. I'm gonna be like, this is a good video. And it's gonna suck, and you're gonna have to hang on, right? You're gonna have to remember me at my best, and then, like, hopefully the next one's good again. But one day it's gonna happen. One day a video is gonna go up. It's not gonna be good. And it'll slip through the cracks. So, but no, thank you a lot. That's really awesome of you. I really appreciate that a ton. But yeah, so there's a lot to talk about with this. There's a lot of, like, as I showed you in Spare the Rod, I only gave you a couple examples, but there were a lot of examples there. There are a lot of examples here too. Like, individual, like, 3-line exchanges carry a lot of data and a lot of information and a lot of character, because these videos are just funny primarily, right? And I can have, like, a 1-minute serious monologue, but I have to earn it. I can't open with it. I have to earn it after several minutes of funny video. I can earn, like, a 1-minute serious monologue. But in general, like, the humor needs to keep coming, which means any character development, it needs to be very efficient, it needs to be very compact, it needs to be very, like, honed and fine-tuned. So there's a lot of, like, these characters spoke for 15 seconds, and let's talk about it for the next 15 minutes. Stuff that goes on. Which I really like. But, I'm just looking through it now. There's so much to talk about. I love this video. I also think this video is my most polished video. In terms of, one of the benefits of these games is how much visuals they provide. Because the entire game is a dialogue simulator. So it's just, yeah, here's a billion clips of characters speaking. Perfect, right? Batman videos, I have to, like, kind of squeeze what I can out of very short dialogue in cutscenes. Excuse me. Whereas because this is just a dialogue simulator, again, I try to get the full potential out of games. That means the fact I can, you know, semi-accurately match lip flapping and have a bunch of different unique shots and match emotion on face semi-accurately,
I will do that because I refuse to not meet a game's potential for a Chimney video. Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam taught me that. I'm always going to get what I can out of a game. Because Dishonored 2 could have been so much more. And again, it would have been awful if I made Spare the Rod 11 minutes for the sake of making it 11 minutes. It would be awful if I made Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America 21 minutes. What 16 minutes would you get rid of? It would just be missing good stuff. You got to get the potential out of it. Anyway, so I think this is the most polished. I also think the music that I chose, the music selection, is some of the best. Oh, that's another thing I wanted to talk about. One of the songs in particular, there's a story linked to it. I'll tell that story another time. I feel like this is going on a bit. You guys are probably getting sick of it. You want to go celebrate your New Year's. Yeah, so the last thing I'll do, we'll do the Buckwheat character details at the start of Potionomic stream. Let me write that down so I remember it. Oh, one other thing no, another time. Tell that another time. Because that's another, like, semi-long thing to talk about. I got so much to talk about, dude. Seriously, this is why I'm on volume 4 of my notebooks. And I fill them out, too. And, like, these notebooks, it's just notes. Like, my script, I don't write the scripts in here. All of that's digital. I wrote most of the stuff digitally. And then some of the stuff in these books, I'm still on volume 4. Anyway. Last thing I'll do, I'll see if I can pick a favorite. I might still not be able to, but let's see. Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America. It's funny, but it's not like one of the most funny, but it is funny. It's very funny. It's got a lot of character stuff. It's really polished. It's good. Spare the Rod, really meaningful, really funny, really good. Meaningful for a ton of different reasons to me. Lots of nuance and little details that I love. I could analyze this 30-minute video for like 4 hours, edited down to be 4 hours, you know? Private Crime Fighter is really funny, but the first 6 minutes... I mean, maybe I'll rewatch it. The first 6 minutes are great. Hunted Crime Fighter is amazing. Portal 2 is amazing. Damn, dude. Okay, I think I can narrow it down to Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America, Hunted Crime Fighter, and Spare the Rod. I narrowed it down from 5 to 3. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America, Batman Hunted Crime Fighter, Dishonored, Spare the Rod. It's one of them is my favorite. I don't know. I see you guys talking about Discord server. Let me read your messages real quick. Will there be a Discord server? Is the community too small? I think the community being so small would be good for the Discord server. Whenever a community grows too much, Discord tends to self-implode. Someone else asked about a Discord server recently. I do think the community is too small for it right now. Because if we do something like that, someone else or some other group of people will need to manage it. I do not have time to manage a Discord server. So I feel like opening one is only possible when it's like, hey, we have this number of people that will be in it, and also we have like 4 people that are willing to run it and are like up for doing that and like doing that community stuff. Because, like, if there's a Chimney Discord server, I'll, like, hop in there and I'll hang out and I'll be around. But I don't think I can, like, moderate it. I don't think I can, like, be super active. I think it would be a way for people who watch my videos to interact with each other, and occasionally I show up, more than a way for me to always be around, if you know what I mean. Just because, again, I don't have, like, time. I like... I'll have like 1 or 2 days a month where I'll like message one of my mates and it's like, hey, I'm free. Let's do something quick before I get consumed. Again, completely by choice. I'm not complaining about it. Don't feel bad for me. Don't think it's a burden. I'm choosing to do it because I want to. But it's, again, I'm choosing to do it.
And so I don't think I have time to manage a Discord server. I also think it's probably, you know, this is less of a reason, but I think it's probably a bad idea for me, even if I had the time, to be in charge of my own Discord server's moderation. Because I feel like it could make some people, like, really sad. You know, take me out of it, because, again, I don't want to make it sound like this is a me thing and look at me. But, you know, if you join... I love the YouTuber, Bat on Ceiling. I love the Bat on Ceiling YouTuber. He's my favorite YouTuber. And I joined the Bat on Ceiling Discord. And, oh no, Bat on Ceiling just banned me because I broke the rules. That is, like, it'll feel way worse than, like, I got banned from the server because I broke the rules. It's way worse if you got banned by the person who brought you there, you know? Like, and I just wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to ban people. I wouldn't want to punish people. I would want to be like, thank you, moderators. I appreciate it. And you got my support, and I'm on your side, and I'm not, like, throwing you under the bus being like, oh, it's the moderator's fault or anything. It's like, no, the moderators are doing what I want them to. But I feel like that degree of separation is a bit good to, like, not make it feel personal if someone breaks a rule. So even if I had the time, I think I would want it to be mainly self-run, if you know what I mean. But yeah. Just don't want to make anyone, like, feel bad or anything. You think it's nice that I think like that? People often lack any empathy towards people who break rules. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I think people are good, on the whole. I think people are largely good. I think if you get any large group of people, most of them will be funny, kind, helpful, good people. And the ones that aren't could be. But yes, that's probably it. I mean, we didn't talk about... There was something with Pokemon Black I wanted to talk about. We didn't talk about the buckwheat stuff. We'll do that next Potionomics stream, hopefully within the first 2 months of the year. I might see you then. If there's anything else anyone wants me to talk about quickly, any video you want me to bring up, any point, I'm happy to go another, like, 15 minutes if you guys have things you want answered now. But otherwise, that's probably going to be it. I don't think I can pick a favorite, unfortunately. I'll just vamp a bit while I wait for the stream delay to catch up and see if anyone has anything, but otherwise that'll be it. I think it was a really good year. I really, really do. I'm very proud of what happened this year. I'm very happy I was able to do 2 videos a month. Because that was a goal. I wasn't sure if it was realistic. And in general, I found the best way to do it is to either have 2 medium videos or 1 big video and 1 short video. And I'm, like, out of short videos, so I need more, so thank you for the recommendations. You think it's nice that... Oh, no, sorry, I already read that. Skibbity Toilet, 50-minute long video essay. Afraid not, Dio. I'm afraid that's not going to be happening. This was a really delightful stream. Yeah, you were a very delightful chat. I'm glad that you were here, because you probably felt it a bit from me talking. I could have done this on my own. I was prepared to do this on my own. I was ready to do this on my own. And it was nice to have people here that, like, kind of direct me a bit, because I think I probably would have forgotten some of the stuff that I wanted to say if you hadn't brought it up. So thanks for being here, and thanks for bringing it up. Is there anything else? I want to, because I'm going to be mad if I end stream and, like, 3 minutes later I think of something else. I'm going to be really mad. Hang on, I'm just going to silently look through these notes real quick. Was there anything else? Power scaling I can't do, I'll do it later. We went through the poll results. Favorite video, Pokemon Black Abridged. Talked about Dishonored 2 Assassin exam. That's fun. Yeah. I guess the last thing to talk about that's written down here that I have is an unconfirmed phenomenon that the more fun a game is, the better the video turns out. I haven't confirmed. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to name names here, but there have been some stinkers in terms of games. You wouldn't know it, but there have been like 2 or 3 games that I've made videos on that I hate. And I'm like, this game sucks. No one should play this game. So, yeah, it's a bit... But the videos turned out good. But, you know, Spare the Rod, I loved Dishonored, and that turned out really well. Unconfirmed phenomenon, but it's possible that the more fun I have playing a game, getting the footage, the more fun it turns out. That's another thing I didn't talk about. I didn't talk about the process of getting the footage. I'll do that another time. But that'll be it. Let me just see these last messages. I don't know, seeing someone just talk about their work passionately like this reminds you of when you talk alone, like songs and projects you write, and ideas you have, and the long monologues and notes you have with them alone. Now you're curious, what the hell? Hey, you'll hear about them eventually, I'm sure. I will never run out of things to talk about, and I will probably circle back to the things I haven't yet talked about. Was Leech said game? Well, the Leech that's not a game. That was just a research project I did. That was supposed to be a 4-minute video where I did like 11 Google searches and got answers. Turns out leeches are like a completely unexplored field, and it's like people just don't have these answers, so I have to like, okay, well, let's look at the answers we do have and figure out answers based on that information. Tell you what games suck? I can't do that. Some of them are really popular. People will actually be upset at me. But yeah, that'll be it. I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna take like at least 4 days. I hope. I'll have to see. Maybe I'll just be working already, like tomorrow. But we'll see. I'm gonna try to take some time to just exist. January and February we'll have a couple of shorter videos. I'll check out these games you guys recommended, see if any of them are feasible. And hopefully a Potionomics streamer I can talk about Buckwheat Grayson. Other than that, I'll see you guys later. Oh, doesn't it fit the definition? Leeches suck. I see, Dio. That was very funny. I like that. Leech's video reminds you of a book you read in 2nd grade. 30-page book about worms. Alright. But that'll do it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here all year. Or however long in the year you were. I don't know how long. Thanks for being here in the year 2028 and coming back to rewatch this old VOD. It's kind of weird that you did that. It's not weird that you did that, but it's weird that you did that while wearing a blue shirt, Kyle. Like, come on. In 2028, what are you thinking? Other than that, everyone other than Kyle in the blue shirt in 2028, thank you very much. Looks like Deus Ex is on sale, so I'll look into it fast and see if it's feasible to get. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. I think that's all of it. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. I'm going to leave before I start rambling and trying to figure out if I forget something and talking about Buckwheat Grayson, because I really want to talk about Buckwheat Grayson right now. See you guys later.